So in your conversations, what you might be noticing, several features here. Holding on to this railing, support. Holding on to this cane, support. Notice how both feet are on one stair. An able-bodied person would be taking one step, next stair, next stair. Both feet are in one place. So in some ways, this is an image of stillness, lack of movement. On the other hand, we know that she gets up to her apartment. We know she's able to get out and go to the clinic. So it's also an image of movement. You notice her attention, where is it? Down. Every step matters. Think about the privilege of the able-bodied person that can step and move without, conscious awareness of how they're moving their feet. And this is, every step matters. And you notice this person behind, you say, who is that? Waiting. Could that be someone who is frustrated because they can't get up the stairs? Or could it be someone who's supporting her? Now, it turns out this is actually her partner who is there at every visit with her, supporting her. So I took this and other portraits and I gave this to her, printed out, gave it to her in clinic. And something transformed in our relationship. She was able to smile in visits in the future. We even had laughter. There was something that lightened in our relationship, and there was a deeper sense of connection. And again, why? Why did this happen? I think several things occurred here. One is, I, through the effort of the camera, tried to understand that other person. That's through creative work, tried to understand the world. That's what creative work is. Whether it's a poem, a short story, a photograph, a film, a song, you are trying to understand something about the world or about yourself. So I was using the camera as a medium for discovery, right? So that was an important move. I was now the guest in her home. She was not the guest in my clinic. The other thing was I had a physical evidence that I cared about her as a person. I was not reviewing her complete blood count. I was capturing an element of her story, her narrative. That's what's going on here. And she saw that. I would imagine that she might have even have felt acknowledged as a person, not just as a patient. That's deeply transformative, right? And so I think that's what was happening here that allowed that relationship to shift. So this notion of how do we step out of our own worlds and enter another person's experience is a metaphor for you to play with. What do you need to do to help to facilitate that movement into someone else's world? And some of it is actually physical. Like the fact that I left the clinic physically and went to a different physical space is important. So you as a leader, as a professional, what does that mean for you to actually physically move somewhere else, to go to someone else's office, to go to a different neighborhood of the people that you serve, go to the place where the students congregate to meet with them there? What does that mean? And also cognitively and narratively, how do you capture someone else's story? What are your mechanisms? Is it writing, or is it simply being attentive and asking good questions? Questions that might be less focused on the direct technical aspects of your work and more out of curiosity of wanting to know the experience of the other. Susan Sontag, the critic, said, photographs do not explain, they acknowledge. What she's saying here is that the photograph is a means for inquiry. It's not an answer. It's a opportunity for interpretation that results in some understanding. And Gordon Parks once again talks about the heart in the photograph being really the driving force in what's being communicated in the photograph. In this beautiful work by poet Mark Doty called The Art of Description, if you've not come across that book, I encourage you to take a look at it. It's a short book that it's about him as a poet and the value of description. And what he says is, description is fueled by hunger for the world. In our work in narrative medicine, what we say is, when you write, there's a reciprocal relationship between observation and writing. The better you observe, the better details you have in your writing. And furthermore, the more you write and the skills that you build up, the muscles of writing that you build up, results in you being a better observer of your world and a better observer of self. And both of those are driven for a desire, a hunger to be able to live fully in this world that you inhabit. That's what the humanities do for us. I want to share with you what the field is about. We are engaged in close observation, whether it's visual art or written works or film, dance, music, close observation of creative works. We write, we do this in groups, and we focus on narratives, focus on stories, right? It's an interdisciplinary field that draws from literary theory, that draws from phenomenology, the branch of philosophy that is focused on lived experience. It draws from narrative studies, right? All these people are necessary, all these fields are necessary to understand human experience, understand how stories work. And so why do we do this? Why are we engaging our students, our physicians, our residents in this work? Several capacities we feel are being developed. One is the skill of attention. When you observe closely a painting, when you read a poem closely and you try to understand what language is being used, what metaphor is being used, what's said, what isn't said, what the narrative arc is, right? It helps you develop your skills of attention and presence. That's the basic currency that we have in engaging with our world, right? Patients absolutely need that. The writing is a process of meaning making. The phenomenologist Paul Ricoeur says, our lived experiences are fragments of emotion and memory and sensation and events, right? That's what's happening. But what we do as humans is we narrate. We take all those elements of sensation and emotion and events, and we put them into a story. We give those events sequence. We give it a shape and a form, a beginning, middle, and end. And then by doing that, we imbue our lives with meaning. What Ricoeur says is that narration confers an intelligibility to life. We draw from the work of Dory Laub, a psychoanalyst who worked with Holocaust survivors. What he noted is that there is a rift in their narrative of how life is supposed to happen. These survivors have deep traumas, and by close, respectful listening by the therapist, there can be some form of narrative restoration by telling that story is a co-creation. And through that story that's being told, there's an opportunity for that person to process what happened and an opportunity for them to create new meanings of their life and experience. We draw from trauma studies to think about healthcare because illness is itself is a form of trauma. And so that person who is sitting there listening to that person who's sick can confer that same type of respectful listening that allows a new narrative to evolve. We do this work in groups in order to form connections with people. And finally, we honor creativity as a necessary capacity for healthcare. Creativity is not just for writers and artists and musicians. Creativity is something that is an inherent aspect of the human experience. What we say is every physician or every health sciences graduate needs to tap into their own creativity to be able to innovate and find solutions for the person in front of them. So why do we do this work? This person needs to attend to all the physiological data that's behind him and all the laboratory work, and needs to connect with this child. We do this because it's not enough to sit in a conference room to talk about the patient. We need to actually be in the bedside to talk to the patient, to be able to receive their narrative. Close listening is a key aspect of good health care. And René Magritte, in this painting in the 1920s, said, "This is not a pipe. Okay, the patient story in the X-ray or the CAT scan is not the same thing as the patient story that he or she tells you. Not able to advance for some reason. Yeah. And what I want to share with you also, other aspects of what's happening in healthcare, right? Why is this work needed? Clayton Christensen, he passed away a couple of years ago, was a faculty member at a Harvard Business School. He popularized this concept of disruptive innovation. He said, there's technologies that come through sometimes that transform industries. And of course, we think about artificial intelligence and how that's going to transform healthcare. And so for us, we have to think about where does the patient story lie in that transformation that is already occurring. So we've done some research showing if we take our students to museums, they enhance their reflective ability, they enhance their observation skills, comfort with uncertainty, appreciation of multiple points of view. We've done narrative medicine work we've studied it in clinical settings, in true interprofessional practicing teams. This is a still from a film that was made called Why Doctors Write. We did this in very busy interprofessional clinics in New York. We showed improvement in characteristics of team function. The qualitative research showed better communication, better collapse of rigid hierarchies. And in the curricula, we have students write creative nonfiction. We take them to museums. We have them do dance to think about their bodies. We've incorporated narrative medicine across all 4 years at the medical school at KP. Right? And part of the curriculum here at KP is it's case-based. So there's no lectures about liver disease. Everything is organized around a patient story. We think that that is the appropriate way to situate learning, to have the patient story at the center of their learning. This is an example of what they do in class. Wondering if I should just ask you to advance, because this is not working. Yeah, thank you. And this is an example of from a still of our students looking at visual art and talking about this experience of looking at Andrew Wyatt's painting Christina's World and that act of witnessing that's taking place. Yes, please. We also have, next slide, please. We also have the work of Christina's son, Kim, who happens to be a deaf woman who's also a visual and sound artist. All of our artwork in our building is meant to promote the curricular objectives. So students were invited to take a look at her artworks and then write on a bulletin board. Next slide, please. This is one thing that they wrote. How captioning can fall short. The sound of a pen on a notepad or sound of rain on a window. What if you've never heard those sounds before? What that person is doing is employing clinical imagination. And that's the empathic stance of perspective taking, exactly what we want our students to do. Next slide, please. This is another part of our second year curriculum, looking at how narratives function at the societal level, how narratives can maintain the status quo and inequality, how narratives can also conceal people's stories, and what we can do to resist and actually unearth those stories that need to be told to create new realities. Next slide, please. So the curriculum is across all courses. The narrative medicine work is not within one course. It's across different courses, across all 4 years. So it communicates to the students, the humanities matter not as a single siloed experience, but it's a part of the way that we learn. Next slide, please. This slide shows the growth of undergraduate medical humanities programs in the US, right? You start here in the, You start here in the 90s, there's about 10 programs. Look at the rise of undergraduate programs. It is an incredible rise, right? I think that's happening globally now. Next slide, please. This is a project from the AAMC, Association of American Medical Colleges. Thank you so much. This is from the Association of American Medical Colleges, the national organization that oversees medical education. In 2020, they said arts and humanities are fundamental to medical education. They are not ornamental, they're not extra credit, but actually central to what we're doing. So I want to end with this slide, and that is what we are doing here is not trying to develop curricula. What we're actually trying to do is change culture. And the work that we're doing is changing educational culture, but ultimately it's changing the culture of healthcare so that the patient and the patient's experience is once again at the center of everything that we do. I want to thank you so much for your time, and it's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tell me again? Sure, absolutely.
The legacy of your grandfather and uncle on all the teachers whose names you invoked surely lives on in you, sir. Today you have truly shown us how deeply intertwined are the branches of literary imagination and humanities. Thank you so much for your talk. Because we're running out of time, there's no Q&A, but Dr. Deeptiman Gada will be around for any queries. I now request Dr. Mary Raymer, convener and faculty Department of English, to provide a vote of thanks.
Sometimes all a person wants is an empathetic ear. All he or she needs is to talk it out. A pleasant and insightful morning. I deem it to be a privilege to propose the word of thanks. On behalf of the Department of English, I request Father Doshi, Head Department of English, to present the memento and certificate as a token of gratitude. Thank you, Father. The keynote address by our most humble and distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Deeptiman Gada, has set the right chord for the conference today and tomorrow. I, therefore, would like to most humbly thank him for all his insights, and I would also take the pleasure to thank all the participants who have joined in offline as well as online. Have a great day ahead.
We come to the end of the keynote address. Participants of the conference, please note, a tea break has been arranged at this point. It's on the 6th floor. So the hospitality team will be guiding you. So from the stairs above, you can proceed. And we will reconvene here within 10 minutes to start our next session. At 11:40, we will be at sharp 11:40, we'll be starting our plenary session, the first session. Our resource person is already here. Students, please be seated in this audience. Participants of the conference, you may proceed to have it.
Excuse me, every exam once again, we have a group session, proposition meeting, speaking just now. This time, and we take
Kindly stand as we do the group photo. Just arise and stand at your places.
hallowed halls of Kristu College, a symphony of transformation unfolds, where the echoes of language, skills, values, and attitude resound as the very heartbeat of our educational progress. Here, we do not merely impart education, we sculpt destinies, ignite aspirations, and instill values that shape not just careers, but the very essence of humanity. With the students' strength surpassing and astonishing 12,000, we have grown into a vibrant community where students from all the 29 states and union territories of a diverse nation come together to pursue knowledge, dreams, and ambitions. We are on a boundless journey with our expansive array of over 65 undergraduate and postgraduate programs designed to cater to the student community with passions and professional aspirations. Yet, our story continues. Recently, we achieved a remarkable NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 during the third cycle of accreditation. As we stand here today, we witness the present grandeur of this institution, a testimony of our collective vision, relentless dedication, and unwavering commitment to nurturing minds. In the rich history of Eastern College's journey, a narrative unfolds that gracefully embraces the passage of time. It is a tale that honors the roots of the past as the very foundation upon which the institution stands firm and resilient. Against this narrative, the campus stretches forward to encompass the horizon of the next 25 years. It is a canvas that beckons infinite possibilities, painted a future where the indomitable spirit of Kristu College continues to radiate with an even more vibrant velocity. Programs of Humanities is an embodiment of the dream and vision of St. Gregory's English Chapel, the 19th century education's social reformer, strengthened by a rich educational heritage, the civilized legacy, and charisma are the cornerstones upon which Kristu College is built.
guiding research in the area of well-being studies, life-sustaining values, self-transformation, and artistic experience. She's organized multiple interdisciplinary national and international meetings on consciousness and to bring leading members from the scientific community and philosophical world for constructive dialogues. Apart from her academic interest, she writes poetry, fiction, she's an avid photographer, artist, web designer, and is a TEDx speaker. Thank you for graciously accepting my invitation, ma'am. Now, I invite Father Joshi Matthew, Head Department of English, to present our Chief Guest, Dr. Sangeeta Menon, with a sapling as a token of a welcome. Thank you, ma'am. So now, without further ado, I invite Dr. Sangeeta Menon to throw light upon the topic, Consciousness and Health Humanities, exploring the foundations of the self and well-being.
Good morning, Namaste, Father Joshi, Dr. Mary, Dr. Irona, Minu, and all the other people whom I just met. Thank you for your warmth, your enthusiasm about this conference, and also putting together this idea in one place for the conference, because it's something which is very important for us in the country as well as around the world. It's a global phenomenon. How health is going to be so important in influencing our thinking, in our being, and how we interact with the rest of the world. I see that perhaps around half of the auditorium is empty, but that's fine, I guess. Everybody needs a break, right? So, because sometimes we learn more in the break than if we don't break. So it's important to break also in all its true sense of breaking. So friends, I understand that you all are from the university, different departments perhaps, and some of the faculty from other universities, and all perhaps with interest in understanding human experience, right? You can hear me, right? I hope I'm not echoing, right? Okay. So, I have limited time. So within limited time, how do we narrate a common story? A story with characters, experiences, and plots, which we all weave together. We all want to live in a world which we build together, right? That's why at times when we go to lands and places where there is only nature and you see a beautiful home, a house in isolation, you feel like, only I wish I could live there, right? That singularity of the homes, the beauty of the homes in complete abandon and isolation. And in such a scenario, we also wish that our friends, our families, and people together be with us. We are envisaging a world where we exist as a whole, as one community. And that one community is not a reduced homogeneity of cultures and diversity, but it is a coexistence of plurality and diversities. The idea of health humanities is beyond a concept. It brings in our lives together in a very meaningful manner. In philosophy, we ask the question, how do we create meaning and purpose? I guess some of us might be asking that question, some of us may not be asking, but because we have too many meanings already flooding our life. But at some point, usually it's interesting to ask what is the meaning and purpose of what do we do? Philosophy is all about that, searching for meaning and purpose. In fact, today we often lead a life which do not have much time to be patient, to silently watch or observe, right? You understand the meaning and purpose only when we observe, and that's why it's an artistic quality. Meaning and purpose, definitely they have psychological implications, philosophical implications, but they have a lot of artistic qualities within it. Because both meaning and purpose is derived by the onlooker, by the person who goes through it, by the person who defines a vantage point for himself or herself or themselves. So it's extremely important that we look at health as also an artistic initiative. Who is not interested in art, right? Sometimes people ask you to introduce yourself and they say, oh, I don't do anything, I don't sing, I don't dance, I don't do anything, I just be with myself, I just talk to people. Well, talking to people is the greatest art. Do you know that? How you talk to a person is very much an artistic activity. And let me tell you, in today's world, the next 25 years is going to be decided for you based on how you are going to talk to your neighbor. That's going to decide. Which means, do we have the patience? Do we have the leisure? And do we have that embracing fraternity within us so that you can include another person? So friends, what I wanted to begin with is the introduction of the groundedness of health and why humanities is so important in understanding health. Often we think about health in the context of biomedicine, which is something which is influenced and intervened by a set of molecules, and perhaps also guided by biology, genetics, physiology, and so on. But can we look at health also as something which is artistic, something which is philosophical, and something which is going to give us happiness, not necessarily just cure a disease? The idea of disease is also very philosophical, because all the evil has been put into the disease, and then you want to remove the disease and bring in something holy and sacred there. It's a very interesting idea, but once we cross the binary of health and illness, good and bad, perhaps we can see that there is an intertwined way of looking at our body, our mind, and whatever existences and spaces which we create for ourselves in between body and mind. So you don't just talk about an illness and a cure, because today we know that even if you cure an illness, another illness must be just coming through the back door, right? The COVID-19 and the pandemic all over the world told us that cure and illness are not just going to help us in understanding what is health, what is well-being. And it's also important that we consider health as a story, as a narrative. Maybe 20 years back, I won't be able to say this. Right? 20 years, maybe just 10 years back, I don't think I'll be able to tell you that health is a story. None of you will listen to it as well. You might think that, oh, perhaps she must have gotten the wrong topic. No. Health is a story, because that is something which we weave around our life, throughout our life and with our life and with the help of others. And that's why health is not a secluded, individualistic activity. It is very much a community activity. It is very much a collaborative activity. So if I have to be healthy, I have to make sure that people around me are also healthy. So that kind of a healthiness is not absence of disease. Such a health which ensures community existence, collaboration as a community, as small groups, that is decided by, as I told you in the beginning, how do I talk to my neighbor? How do I talk to the person who is sitting next to me? That makes the start. Because it's all about communication. It's all about how you're going to be in touch with your neighbor. Back to basics, about the neighborhood, the importance of neighborhood. I know the Department of English has organized this conference, and I'm so extremely happy that literature comes forward to perhaps recognizing its place and role in not only just in academics, but also in the societal space. What does literature teach us? Literature doesn't teach us just grammar or the basics of language, but it teaches us how to bring together two words, and then with the help of those two words, build a relationship. That's the meaning of literature or language. It's not just adjectives, verbs, and so on, but it is using words to communicate and transfer your emotions, your feelings for the other person. That's why a good read is so refreshing, right? There's a website called Goodreads, actually, must be knowing that. A good read is a very refreshing activity. After a good reading, you don't say, oh, I feel so tired, I was reading this book. If you feel like saying that, that means there is something difficult within that book. Because a good read always inspires you, helps you to look at a person in a completely different manner, right? And sometimes you reread books. Why do you reread the books at various stages of your life? You look at people very differently every time you read the same book. Why does that happen? Because words have that power to create a million vantage points in front of us. The irony of the human mind is that it is limited to, most of the time, a couple of ways of looking at things, defining it, labeling it, controlling it, and using it. This is the steps. Humanities, and foremost literature, helps us to understand a complex topic or a complex person, if at all we consider someone as complex, in a more layered manner. So it's like an experience which invokes your curiosity, right? Most of the literature students have curiosity. If you don't have curiosity, then you can't actually do literature. You need to have curiosity. Curiosity to know what's next. Or how will I think the next to be? It's not just that the author tells you all the time what's the next scene, right? You also talk to the author, right? You speak to the author. In fact, the author-reader relationship is so deep that they don't even ever see each other in a physical space. It's so deep. When something is so deep, you don't see what's right. Most of the time, when something is so deep, you say, I can't express in words. Why do you say that? Because you really can't express in words. So it crosses that physicality or the cognitive nature of the experience. So friends, what I wanted to give you as an introduction is the place of literature, the importance of words in building relationships, in invoking greater pleasures to live as a community. And if literature is going to be a beacon light for us, definitely philosophy won't be behind. Because literature is imbued with philosophy. It's not that philosophy means that, oh, it's something which is abstract, goes beyond your head. No. Philosophy is not just a discipline. Many of us think philosophy is like a discipline. Oh, I'm doing MA philosophy or BA philosophy or I applied for philosophy, etc., right? Like you do for literature. No. Philosophy is not a discipline. It's an act of empowerment. It gives you an identity which brightens up when you interact with another person. So philosophical experience is an empowering experience. Do you agree with me, backbenchers who are enjoying the conversations there? I really wish I was there to know what you're conversing so happily. So philosophy is an empowering experience. Why? Because it gives you an opportunity to look at yourself in a completely different manner, in an independent way, and at the same time in a grounded way. Because you cannot sweat your feet off when the ocean comes to you, right? You still have to stand there and look at the magnitude and the magnanimity of the oceanic waves. So philosophy has this ability to sweat off your feet and at the same time give a firm platform for you to stay there and look at what is around. So imagine when philosophy and literature comes together, how beautiful it is. In fact, one of the most exciting experiences is when you read a line and you can't take your mind out of that line because there are 100 philosophical sparkles which come from there. So we are bringing in health humanities in the context of these disciplinary beauties of philosophy and literature. I just took these two because they are my favorites. And I'm sure different people have different favorites when you talk about health humanities. Now, how do we understand health in the context of philosophy and literature, and to see something which is beyond disciplinary formalities and structures? Is there something beyond? And since I promised that I'll speak on consciousness as well, I'll try to see how we can put this together, and at the same time I wish to have an interaction with you too at the end. Consciousness is something which is mysterious, right? No, really. I said that standpoint just because to know, what would your response be if you're listening to me? Many people think that consciousness is so mysterious. Maybe I'll understand it after I die, or maybe after I attain a particular age, or maybe when I see through a very powerful microscope. So these two standpoints exist in consciousness studies. One is that you can understand it only if you are a mystery person, which means no one will understand. It's my private meanings. The other is no, you have better scanning technologies, you have better lab experiments, then you will understand consciousness. So technically speaking, it's described as reductionist and non-reductionist, empirical and more qualitative. In fact, this discussion on consciousness, particular discussion, that consciousness can be understood as a biological phenomenon, as something which is empirical, is very, very important in science, because that's how you move forward. It's also important to consider that there is something in consciousness which is qualitative, which do not allow it to be defined completely. And that's called as the experiential nature of consciousness. I hope I'm not talking in abstract, because that's not what I want to do. So how do we understand these two differences in our everyday experience? I'll give you a little example. So you're sitting in the seat and you're all comfortable there, perhaps thinking only if I had my lunch and then go back to home evening, Or you may be thinking, oh, this seat is not so comfortable perhaps, or maybe you're thinking, oh, this seat is so comfortable. If only I could close my eyes and enjoy this lecture, right? Maybe some of you are doing that, and I encourage you to do that. So So these experiences come as we sit on the chair. But your ability to sit on the chair is something decided a lot by your brain. And some of these ideas you must have already perhaps familiar with. One of the ideas is called proprioception. Proprioception is very much a neural phenomenon, of course influenced by your behaviors, which helps you to gauge the space you require, the pressure you need to exert when you see something called as a seat. So you don't, if it's a small seat, you already feel, oh, maybe this is not really enough for me. It's a huge seat, oh my God, this is too huge. I don't need this much space, right? So these gradations are possible because our brain is continuously engaging with the stimulus it receives, and our behaviors are decided by the impact of those neural processing. But in spite of that, after sitting in the seat, as I told you, we also have a lot of experiences, which is going on through our mind. That is decided not entirely by the brain, but a concept called as the self. So the interaction between the self and the brain is immemorial, which means it's millennial. I mean, many billions of years of evolutionary ancestry, evolutionary history, the interaction between the brain and the self. And that's why it is not just a human quality or a privilege alone, but who has a self is a very larger question. I wouldn't go into it. But today, the studies in cognitive sciences, psychiatry, and other allied neuroscience tells us that to be a self is to have a minimal sense of agency and ownership, which means I need to know that I initiated an action, and I also need to know that I own that action. This is called agency and ownership. These two are very important in understanding behaviors, ranging from very positive experiences to experiences that are challenged or that are affected by certain dysfunctions of our brain. So the concept of self is not just a concept, but it is something which is very important empirically as well. So I was trying to tell you that how consciousness is important in the health humanities, and by distinguishing two qualities of consciousness, or two major puzzles in consciousness, one is the neural nature of it, and the other is qualitative nature of it. So to start with, in consciousness studies, there was this question, how do we have an experience? If everything is the brain, why do I have an experience like, Sangeeta here, Sangeeta is speaking. So to some extent, I have the knowledge that I'm speaking. And most of you would have the knowledge that you are staying in a seat, you're listening, or you would have the knowledge your mind is wandering. And if you don't have that, both the knowledge, after a while you come back to the seat and you wonder what's happening, right? People are all sitting. Why am I sitting here? Why are others sitting here? So all these possibilities of daydreaming and focusing and concentrating is possible. That's because not just of the neural experiences, the neural phenomenon. And this is why there's two kinds of problems in consciousness studies, which have been very much explained by people like David Chalmers to begin with, published in Scientific American in 1998, the distinction between the EC problems and the heart problem. The EC problem is, how do I see? How do I explain the visual mechanisms that enables me to see something, what you call as your visual experiences? So according to this theory, all our perceptual experiences, sensory experiences, perhaps can be explained biologically as we have better medical technologies, as we have more and more insights into scientific experiments, when we design better experiments, which is how does sensory experiences happen? How does the eye see? In fact, even today, we don't really know how we are able to see something. We only have some, approximate knowledge, but not the exact knowledge. We don't have the exact science of how vision happens, because vision is so complex. And that is the same for all the other sensory experiences. So this is called as the easy problem, according to this particular theory. And then there's another problem called as the hard problem. The hard problem is, even if you agree that our brain is responsible or the different physiology is responsible for our sensory experiences, why do I have the feeling of I when I see? I don't say they see, I say I see, right? When I see something. If you start saying they see when you see something, that is called as labeling, right? And projections, psychologically. You see because that's your private experience. When you impute your private experiences to another person, you want another person to be just a factor for you to say what you feel like. And those kind of psychological mechanisms and layerings we talk about, right? But here what we are saying is there is a personal quality to all our experiences. The feeling of I, right? It's so deep that most of the time we take it as granted. We don't even realize that there is an I sitting here, right? We realize only if suddenly one of the chairs just collapses, and I'm sure they won't. I'm sure this institute is so very well structured. But I'm just giving an example because only when we are startled, physically, you remember the I. You don't even get remember the I, even when you're startled psychologically, because then it only goes deeper. But the physical startling, the physical shocks can bring in the I. The physical displacements. So it's very interesting to look at these two divisions in consciousness. Now, how does consciousness help humanities? It gives you a possibility of something which is beyond. What is ironic in our time is that there is nothing, or there's less possibilities which is beyond. And why do I say this? Exceptionally efficient ChatGPT has taught us that nothing is beyond ChatGPT or AI. What they call as regenerative AI, right? Anything which can be done by ChatGPT. If you are using ChatGPT 3.5, it's free. ChatGPT 4, you have to pay a little amount, which is actually a little higher amount for anyone to afford these days. But you know what I'm speaking if any one of you are using ChatGPT. Particularly students, it's very helpful, quote unquote, because it helps you to summarize, it helps you to paraphrase, it helps you to write an article all by itself. So it's absolute transference of your agency. You don't have to feel guilty because something or someone else has written it for you. So what is the challenge here? So if artificial intelligence is going to take up everything which we are capable of doing today, with struggles, with challenges, and with learnings in an incremental fashion, and ChatGPT-like entities is going to give us all that in just 1 minute or less than 1 minute, is there something called beyond? And I think that is where we have to look at consciousness. There is something called beyond, and that beyond is inhabited by ideas like hope, resurgence, ability to create happiness for another person, all these psychological abilities and philosophical philosophical ideas are going to come in a very important manner in the next 25 years, particularly in the context of AI. Who can debate with the possibilities of AI? Only a human who has a conscious self can dialogue with AI. Because AI is all about artificiality, pretending to be natural, right? So who can talk with such an entity? Only the human self, which is, or who is, frailed by fragilities, vulnerabilities, possibilities, right? So I'm sorry I have to conclude the lecture here because the note is very clear here. So I would like to have a few minutes for some interaction, though I know that I have hardly left any time. But friends, let me just say 1 or 2 lines more, that it's extremely important that such a topic has come to our attention, and I thank the college, the soon to be university, and all the leaders who are behind this, who organized it, because this is going to be the future. And particularly because AI has come. And the role of literature and philosophy and psychology is going to be so important. Philosophers, psychologists, and people who do literature are going to be very important for the next 20-25 years. So really, we have to be ready for the occasion. We have to read more, we have to think more, and we have to connect more. We have to network more, not only in terms of concepts, but with people from different disciplines. Because the next 25 years is all going to be interdisciplinary. And health is going to be placed in the middle of such an interdisciplinary space, where health is not just a disposition of your body or your mind, but it's going to be the nature of the community you live. So it's going to be completely divided or distributed among many people, not just one person. It's not going to be solipsistic, it's not going to be individualistic. It's going to be community-oriented, it's going to be more collective, and it's going to be all about you and I in the next 25 years. Thank you very much. Maybe we can have small interaction, if possible. I'll just hear what you want to say.
Please, due to the time constraint, 1 or 2 questions would be allowed. The ma'am will be around. You can just take the questions later also. That's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How can an exploration of consciousness within the context of health and humanities enhance our perspectives of interconnectedness with self and well-being?
All the words require me to speak 1 hour each on all the keywords there, but I wouldn't do that and embarrass the organizers. But health and well-being, these are 2 terms, again, which we have to redefine. What do we mean by health and what do we mean by well-being? Well-being seems to be more inclusive, more deeper, and more interconnected. And self is something which gives us a centrality to understand what is well-being as an extension of not just our health, but also everyone's health. So that's why I said it's very important to look at health as a community event or a community expression than the cure of an illness. So there's much to talk about it. Perhaps we'll get another opportunity.
Thank you.
It need not be a question, it can be a comment as well, because sometimes you struggle, only if I can get a question I will ask. No, you can just make a statement as well. A statement sometimes is more powerful than a question.
It's me. This is slightly different, but since your work is around consciousness, I want to ask you this question. Like Martin Seligman sort of defines the PERMA model of well-being. Is there an Indian model of well-being?
It's a very important question. Again, the idea of Indian itself is something which is very pluralistic. So, for example, I would say that classical Indian philosophies have their own way of looking at well-being. The Darshana traditions of Indian philosophy. There are indigenous philosophies which looks at well-being in a completely different manner, with more connections to environment. So there are several models which we can work together, but then this is not something which is available in the mainstream, and that's why I was suggesting to Father Joshi and a few other colleagues that it's important that we meet together. And how do we create these alternative models so that we don't go back only to Seligman all the time, because with such plurality of cultures, deep experiences, and experiences for several years because of our cultural history, it should be possible So I really would think that, we can, at some point, we can sit together and discuss about it. But my short answer is there are models, but then they have to be, more perhaps standardized, or we have to sit together and create a more cleaner structure and do more research in those lines. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I assume that last clap is to say that I guess time is up. So thank you very much, and really enjoyed talking with you, all of you. I wish a very interesting, invigorating, and nourishing 2 days of conference to all of you. Once again, thank you, Professor Lady, Dr. Irona, Dr. Lino, and all others, and Father Joshi, and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for nourishing us with your thoughts on consciousness. So now I invite Dr. Kanimali to propose a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. I'm happy because I'm grateful. First and foremost, our deepest gratitude goes to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Sangeeta Madam, Professor and Dean, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore, whose thought-provoking session have enriched our understanding and ignited new perspective. Thank you, ma'am. Now, as a token of love, we would like to present a memento. I request Professor Jerin Jose, UG Coordinator, to present a memento.
Thank you all. Now I request all the participants to assemble for the photo session with Dr. Sangeeta Madam. Students, please rise for the photo session. Can you come a little closer? Students, please wait. One more photo. Please wait. Please be seated. Participants, please be seated. The next session will be started within 5 minutes.
Is managed by CMI fathers, which is making a significant impact in the field of education in the nation.
In the hallowed halls of Kristu Jayanti College, a symphony of transformation unfolds, where the echoes of knowledge, skills, values, and attitude resound as the very heartbeat of our educational edifice. Here, we do not merely impart education, we sculpt destinies, ignite aspirations, and instill values that shape not just careers, but the very essence of humanity. With a student strength surpassing an astonishing 12,000, we have grown into a vibrant community where students from all the 29 states and union territories of a diverse nation come together to pursue knowledge, dreams, and ambitions. We are on a boundless journey with our expansive array of over 65 undergraduate and postgraduate programs designed to cater to a student community with passions and professional aspirations. Yet, recently, we achieved a remarkable NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 during the third cycle of accreditation. As we stand here today, we witness the present grandeur of this institution, a testimony of our collective vision, relentless dedication, and unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds. In the rich history of Kristu Jayanti College's journey, a narrative unfolds that gracefully embraces the passage of time. It is a tale that honors the roots of the past as the very foundation upon which the institution stands firm and resolute. Amidst this narrative, the canvas stretches forward to encompass the horizon of the next 25 years. It is a canvas that beckons infinite possibilities, painting a future where the indomitable spirit of Kristu Jayanti College continues to radiate with an even more vibrant luminosity. The Carmelites of Mary Immaculate is an embodiment of the dream and vision of St. Kuryakos Elias Chavra, a 19th century educationist and social reformer. Strengthened by a rich educational heritage, the CMI legacy and charism are the cornerstones upon which Kristu Jayanti College is built. The ingenuity of best practices and systems in education is ingrained in the very DNA of this institution. Reflecting on the chapters gone by, there exists a profound
Good afternoon, everyone. Kindly be seated. The plenary speaker will be arriving in a moment. Dear students, all of you be silent and you have to behave yourself in the plenary session will begin in few minutes. The second plenary session, the topic of the session is health and culture, narratives and poetry for promoting humanistic abilities in healthcare learners. Soon after this plenary session, you would witness a street play that will be happening in Chavra Square, and then we all will proceed to lunch. We will begin the second plenary session shortly. Dr. Uprit Taliwal, former Director, Professor of Ophthalmology, University College of Medical Sciences, Delhi, and founding member, Health Humanities, UCMS, Delhi. So she will be addressing us. on the topic Narratives and Poetry for Promoting Humanistic Abilities in Healthcare Learners. After the second plenary session, 1:20 p.m. to 2 o'clock, will be the lunch break. Kindly rise so that we all welcome the dignitary on the dais. Kindly be seated. Thank you. Greetings of the day to the most respected dignitaries, the conference conveners, the department coordinators, colleagues, dear participants. We have gathered here for the second plenary session happening as a part of this 2 days international conference on health and humanities, exploring uncharted terrains in literary paradigms, organized by the Department of English, Kristu Jayanti College. Dr. Uprit Daliwal is here amongst us to enlighten on the topic Narratives and Poetry for Promoting Humanistic Abilities in Healthcare Learners. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Uprit Daliwal, who often addresses the humanization of the routine conversations of medicine practitioners with a touch of emotions and feelings, specifically by attempting poetry narratives. Dr. Uprit Daliwal is a retired director, professor, who worked for 3 decades at the University College of Medical Sciences, University of Delhi, India. She trained as an ophthalmologist and spent the happiest years of her life as one. Her most memorable experiences came after she co-founded the Health Humanities group with like-minded peers. This initiative that took place about 15 years ago led the group to discover the power of humanities in honing learners' ABCDE attributes, that is, analytical attitude, ethical and professional behavior, communication, respect for diversity, and empathy. Her particular interests lie in poetry, reflective narratives, and storytelling as all ways to explore ethical dilemmas. She is the founding editor of the journal Rhode, or Research and Humanities in Medical Education, which is the only journal in India that is devoted entirely to the humanities in health profession education. It's a peer-reviewed, open access, online only journal. She has published a book of poetry titled Inverse Medicine, in Words Medicine, that explores the doctor-patient relationship. Let's listen to this prolific scholar, Dr. Uprit Daliwal. Here is the most awaited plenary session on the topic, Narratives and Poetry for Promoting Humanistic Abilities in Healthcare Learners. Before that, I request Professor Minu Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of English. I call upon her to welcome Dr. Uprit Daliwal ma'am by offering sapling. I extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you.
I've troubled them so much and they've come up to, thank you so much. Yeah. I'm very happy to be here. I love your campus, I love the people, and that is enough for me. I come from cold Delhi, so you can imagine how I love the ability to not wear a sweater anyway. Sweater painted at this. It's only a poem, not a advanced at that. Okay. Oh. There's another one. Okay, so they've already told you about my being an ophthalmologist, about the health humanities group, about the journal, and also that I'm a storyteller and a poet in the nicest way, not a storyteller, just say people who tell tall tales, but now a brief history about why we thought the humanities needed to come into medicine. It was mainly because of this gap that we saw between doctors and patients. For example, not just also the mistrust. There was a time when patients were beating up doctors. We read about it all the time, where they're frustrated. They beat up the doctors. They break equipment. They break the hospital infrastructure, etc. And then also there's this distancing that the doctors do from their patients, maybe because their story is too distressing, whatever the reason may be. So we were sitting down and talking about it, and we said, what is missing? Like, is it just a communication gap, or is it something deeper than that? Is it possible that when we are teaching our students about diseases and illness, we have forgotten that they also need to know about the human condition? And so how do we make them aware of the human condition? Obviously the humanities came to mind, and also the Western literature was full of how people were doing. This was about 15 years ago. And so a small group of us said, let's just try it. So there were medical students. None of these initiatives can really run successfully if all stakeholders are not involved. So medical students, medical teachers, and a few non-medical staff, but a very small group of people who felt they were already perhaps creative in some way or the other, and they thought that they would like to do this experiment. So most of the students went away, some of the staff retired, and then it was left to the three of us, and we are sometimes called Team Sun. So you can see Satyendra, Gurpreet, and Navjeevan, and I'm really, really happy that on this journey the two Singhs have accompanied me. We've learned so much from each other. We've used all sorts of things. But initially we started with using whatever was available in the literature. Then we began to develop our own skills. So for example, I liked poetry, so I took on poetry. We even have a lovely student-led poetry club called Parvaz, and that is still going on, even though I've moved on from UCMS now. And then we trained in Theatre of the Oppressed. You can see the images on the right side, here in Bangalore. And you'll be listening to Ravi later in the evening, but his mother, Radha Ramaswamy, she offered this Theatre of the Oppressed training, which we thought would really benefit medical people. And then, so through the use of the humanities, through storytelling, through listening to people, we also have a safe space for mental health issues and lots of artwork, and that emblem of the medical humanities group has been drawn by a pathology student. He was a postgraduate from Assam, so he had this very, very great pen. And then what we call these conversations that we have with students, with other stakeholders, we call them disarming dialogues for two reasons. One is that they literally disarm you of all the things. By disarm, I mean take away the armamentarium that we are hiding behind, conventional things because they're comfortable to us. So first they remove that, and then you have these open conversations where you learn from each other. It's so important to listen to the stories of, everyone this morning has been saying it, listen to the stories of people with the illness. Because if it's just the medical story, I need 5 minutes, and especially in ophthalmology, when eye diseases, I can see everything. I just look and I say, okay, you have this or you have that. But then there are other stories that I need to hear, and so we call these disarming dialogues. And it's always somehow I feel that the humanities it shows us the power equation. The doctor is somewhere here, the patient could be here, and if this patient is here, there are others who are here and here and here in terms of power. And there are also people who are here in governments and admins, who. So all these, it's important to understand all of these. Why do some people behave like this when they have this illness? Why do other people? One size doesn't fit all in medicine. So that's one of the learnings about health disparity. And about disability, there's so much we don't know. There was a medical model where disability had to be cured. Oh, you have a disability, let's fix it. I know how to fix this. But the person with disability may not need the disability fixed because it's their lived reality. And they may instead want an appendix removed or something else treated like a common cold. So all that understanding about what do disabled people need from a practitioner comes through listening to their stories in whichever form. And other marginalized communities, we've done work with disability doctors, people with disability who are lay people, who are activists, and they've all come and we even framed disability competencies, that is, what we required to be learned by medical students during the undergraduate year. So we framed those disability competencies, and the National Medical Commission has included some of them in the curriculum. So that's advocacy, and that's really important, I think. And humanities showed us the way forward. Storytelling showed us the way forward. Now here's a poem that I think I would like to read out to you. I got this from a journal, from a magazine. We wait for doors to be made easy to open. We wait for classrooms to embrace us fully. We wait for love to find us and embrace us for the humans that we are. We wait, we wait, we wait. We have carried this weight on our shoulders for decades and decades and decades. This weight of hatred, this weight of oppression, this weight of ableism, this weight of sexism, this weight of misogyny, this weight of racism, this weight of depression, this weight of despair. So during the journey, we started I think we formed the group in 2009. In 2015, we at least came to the realization that using the humanities tools that we were comfortable and familiar with, and even some that we hadn't used but others had been invited to use with our students, it was possible to make people, or to stop that weight, or to mitigate that person's suffering. You saw what Jones was saying about that weight, the burden of waiting for you to realize what I need. So we were able to make connections between, how people were willing to change their attitudes. First, you have to recognize your attitude. You have to recognize how your behavior is impacting someone else. So through the humanities, we were able to achieve this. Communication is important, understanding that you're in a diverse population. Everyone is not like you, especially if you're a doctor, you're in this position of privilege. Everyone is not going to have the same privileges. And then empathy and advocacy. So we formulated this ABCD paradigm. Now, interestingly, a few years later, fortunately, a few years later, the Medical Council of India, it was then called MCI, now it's National Medical Commission, they formulated, they said, let's do competency-based training. Instead of just, telling somebody, ye seeko, let's help them achieve certain roles as a doctor. They must be trained for these, to fulfill these roles. And the Nursing Council also came up with it a few years later. So we said, let's see if our ABCD paradigm can help in the achievement of these competencies. So I just simplified the table because that is too verbose and very complicated. Basically, the medical part of it, the clinical care, with professionalism, not letting go of biases and preconceived notions, effectively communicating, being a leader, but everyone can't be a leader, so also learning how to play in a team, and then forever trying to reinvent yourself, forever trying to improve yourself, being a lifelong learner. And we found that it is possible to take care of the competencies that the commission has recommended through the humanities, adding their little bit to everything. Then we said that, people would ask us, what do you mean humanistic? What do you mean humanities? What are you trying to, because medicine is very goal-driven. What is the outcome? What are you expecting? So he said, let's see, of all the humanistic competencies that the West has identified, I'm not aware, I don't think in India we have any humanistic competencies. So he said, let's see which ones would suit our context and our people and our ways of being and teaching. And those are the 5 we identified, which I will take you through by reading out a poem. And when you read that poem, I will ask you if you think this competency is present in the physician depicted in that poem, please raise your hand. That's all you have to do. So if you think the physician is showing a certain ability, then that's all. You have to raise your hand. So we'll get an idea of how the poetry can be used to train learners about these things. This is the poem. I wrote it in 2017. I'm going to read it now. It's called Conversations, ironically. You nudge and press to unmask the pain that troubles me. The frown of concentration on your face stops me from mourning aloud. I dare not distract you from your task. I need you to find what's hurting my bones. As you listen to the voices in my chest, cold steel and a snaking rubber tube link us through an unequal bond. I know you can see things that are deep inside me, and when you find what's wrong, better soon. Shall I tell you of the lump in my breast or of my sister who died last year? You ponder over the facts collated while I pray silently. You make notes, order tests. I feel overwhelmed and safe. I have hope, but there are questions. I start to ask, but you hurry away to the next bed, to other patients, some pale and trembling, some deathly still. Now let's see whether anybody in this poem exhibited narrative competence. For that we have to understand. So I'll ask you questions. For example, shall I tell you? These are questions the patient has kept inside herself. Then I pray silently. You make notes. There are questions. So let us see if the physician, you'll have to raise your hand if the answer is yes. Does the physician try to get a conversation flowing? Ooh, deathly stillness. Initiate a dialogue. Get the patient to reveal the personal story. So medical stories ko pata hai, pain hai, they know all that, and he's palpated and he's prodded, everything he knows, but not the personal. Those first 2 lines didn't bother. So I think you'll agree that this physician did not demonstrate narrative competence, which is to get to the story and then to align yourself to it. That means if my patient has a certain story, their needs, like Dr. Gowda said, no 2 patients are similar. Even if they have the same disease, they are not the same at all. And so this patient would need me to believe in them, to first extract the story and then to make whatever decisions I had to make, medical decisions, based on what she needed. So that is the difference. If you have narrative competence, hopefully you will not only give a feeling of satisfaction to the patient that she's been seen and heard, but also get her commitment to the treatment. And as Jay Baruch says, I'm going to rush through some of these because I want the stories more than anything else. Students need to know the anatomy of the patient's story just as much as they need to know the anatomy of the body. Okay, this is now a narrative. That was a poem, but this is an extra little thing I put in here. A 6th semester student, we have a 9th semester course, so the 6th semester student encountered a patient who did not have a vagina from birth, a uterus from birth. And the student says, I was very interested in the disease itself, but the consultant went that extra step. The consultant understood the psychological impact. In India, imagine if a girl of a certain, any girl for that matter, who is unable to conceive, there's going to be a major psychological impact on her and the family. And also, was it your fault? Was it your fault? Was it because I ate this? Was it because I went out in the full moon or watched the solar eclipse? All those things. And the father blames the mother blames the father, or maybe the grandmother or whatever. So all of that, this physician with narrative competence found out that story and counseled them also, so reacted and responded to what was required. This we can quickly do, or let's let this go. Let's do something else. Now, which part of, I'm going to use some parts of that poem, Conversations, and we'll see if the physician had a critical reflection, any moment of critical reflection. So, for example, stops me, dare not, and that unequal bond, all of these things. I want to know if you think the physician overcame this paternalistic bias. In medicine, the paternalistic bias is when the doctor is God and the patient is nothing. And so it's a little bit like our teacher-student relationship also, where the teacher knows. And this was the oldest method of teaching, the banking concept, of just give them the info. So it doesn't work in medicine anymore. We don't like it. Our patients don't like it. So paternalistic bias, did the physician understand this unequal bond? A female patient with a lump in her breast and pain in her bones. So she doesn't mind when he's looking for the pain, but she hasn't told him about the lump in the breast and it hasn't occurred to him. So all of this, do you want to raise your hand? Do you think the physician was aware of this? Or took steps to mitigate this or reduce this? You can raise your hands, can you? You have it? Show me. So, yeah, three people showed me they can raise their hands. So anyway, I agree with you that there was no critical reflect. There's no moment where the physician felt, oh, maybe I should do this. Maybe this is the reason that she's not. So many inequities. So I think medicine is also, whether we like it or not, social justice. In a few minutes. Okay, let's go on there. Let's do visual literacy. You notice how she's hesitating, praying silently, feeling overwhelmed. We notice because we're reading it in the poem. But does the physician notice? So visual literacy, 0. Okay, advocacy. There are residents, there's a lady resident, there are nurses, and there's the physician. Do you think any one of them tried to amplify her voice or to get her heard or involve her in the decision making? No? Now, this story I am going to read. In the dermatology OPD, where there was this person with a fungus eating up her face, the consultant said, I know this will work, I'm going to get this extensive medication, it's very toxic, but we'll give her a low dose. And she convinced the entire team of dermatologists, but then the patient couldn't afford it. So then she made some phone calls, and this intern, I'm not intern, 6th semester student was there. When she went back 2 weeks later, she found a remarkable recovery. And she was so impressed. She said, it's so inspiring that so many doctors came together and they made so much effort to help this patient. Anyone else would have said you can't afford it? Too bad. Alright, this is a poem written and published in the journal Rhyme. The Rhyme is open to everyone, so you can take a look at it anytime you like. She says this was written during 2020, the COVID pandemic. I have revived your body even when you demeaned it. I have dressed your wounds like it was my heart that bled. I have eased your pain when I couldn't fight its cause. I have stood relentless even when you said you'd rather give up. Now, except for the last part, this is advocacy. Like I would do for you, even though you have ruined your body knowingly or willingly, could be anything. But I'm still there for you. Then the last part is this poem, which is also written in the pandemic, where this anesthetist, Kakkar is an anesthetist, she says, when I die, just let me die. Don't put in any tubes or pipes. Don't push in breaths against my will and food through punctures in my skin. Don't wait for me to open my eyes. Don't ask them when, how, and why. Don't dare drug me to paralyze. Don't undress me if in peace I lie. And this is the living will of the patient, which now is legally recognized in India also, where you can say, terminal illness, I'm not doing well, please don't try to revive, don't shove in tube, just let me go. So this is contrary to, I have stood relentless, even when you said sometimes when they want to give up and everything else, the ethics committee agrees, we allow them to give up. Now to end, I'm going to read, we still have structural humility to do, sorry. Structural humility is mainly to do with next bed, other patients, hurry away, some pale and trembling, some deathly still, so much going on. Does the physician try to notice and overcome structural barriers? Overcrowding in hospitals, government hospitals, too few doctors. Does the physician do anything to make sure this patient is seen and the next patient is seen adequately, not just rushing away? I don't think so. So whether it's policies, departmental policies, or institutional policies, or government policies, whatever the barrier is, social barrier, whether it's an economic thing, they have no money for that treatment or the other treatment, whether it's just hierarchy, okay, I won't treat this one, I won't. Students do need to know that these things are in place and we have to work to. So these are the humanistic competencies, and now I'll go to the last slide and I will read my poem, which is not, this is the one. Okay. I'm going to read this poem. I wrote it especially for something else, but anyway, here it is. Beti, you say. Beti means daughter, for those who don't know. Beti, you say, I want to go home. Lying on your once favorite lounger near the bay window that looks out to the garden of vibrant hues, summer flowers and red grape wines. When you say you want to go home, I think you mean you want to go back to the time when you knew that this was home, to the time your garden bloomed at your command, where now a daughter tends to it, keeping it as you would. She hopes the viewing of it from your bay window will keep you from saying you want to go home. You want to go home, but really, I think that you mean you want to go back to a time you could balance your accounts, walk miles without once getting lost, when you were commander of tanks and men, world traveler, storyteller, gentleman gardener, chauffeur to spouse, carom player, rummy aficionado. Beti, you say again, I want to go home. Where's home, I ask? You point to your bed. I help you up and walk you home. I think what us patients want from us is to be able to go home and for us to hold their hand and take them home. And we really need to listen to the stories of stakeholders, whether it's people with illness, people with disability, trans people, people with mental illness, all these marginalized communities and even non-marginalized communities, even those with privilege who are suffering. If you don't tell anybody, this is a movie, and this sentence really stuck with me. If you don't tell anybody, it didn't happen. It didn't happen because you never spoke about it. So this is why, if you want a humanistic, I mean, I don't have to convince you. I'm preaching to the choir. You are all humanities people, and you know more than me how important humanities is. I was telling somebody this story about my two sons. One of them went into the humanities stream after the 10th. The other one went into science. So the older one did science, and he became a computer nerd. And this one went into humanities. He did eco honors and everything. And then, of course, the difference may have been there since the day they were born, but when the nurturer is the same, then you notice these differences. And the humanities chap was, he knew his place in the world. He was level-headed, balanced. He was struggling, or so it seemed. And this other boy, he struggling to find, struggling to make sense, because evidence. And here it's stories. It's just learning from other people, talking to other people. So yeah, it's a case series of just two people, not enough to base major decisions on, but still. Yeah, thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. It's my pleasure to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Uprit Dhaliwal for taking her time to be with us and enlightening the gathering with her extensive knowledge on narratives and poetry for promoting humanistic abilities in healthcare learners. As a gesture of our gratefulness, I invite Dr. Rema, Assistant Professor, Kristu Jayanti College, to present ma'am with a memento. Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious presence amidst us. Due to lack of time, we are concluding the formal session, evading questions by the audience for now. But ma'am will be here. You're free to meet her and interact if you have any questions. Ma'am, I kindly request you to join us for a photo session. An announcement for the students. Students, kindly reassemble for the next session sharply at 2 p.m., okay? Yes, students, kindly note that class teachers will be marking your attendance at 2.
Formation unfolds, where the echoes of knowledge, skills, values, and attitude resound as the very heartbeat of our educational edifice. Here, we do not merely impart education, we sculpt destinies, ignite aspirations, and instill values that shape not just careers, but the very essence of humanity. With a student strength surpassing an astonishing 12,000, we have grown into a vibrant community where students from all the 29 states and union territories of a diverse nation come together to pursue knowledge, dreams, and ambitions. We are on a boundless journey with our expansive array of over 65 undergraduate and postgraduate programs designed to cater to a student community with passions and professional aspirations. Yet, our story continues. Recently, we achieved a remarkable NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 during the third cycle of accreditation. As we stand here today, we witness the present grandeur of this institution, a testimony of our collective vision, relentless dedication, and unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds. In the rich history of Kristu Jayanti College's journey, a narrative unfolds that gracefully embraces the passage of time. It is a tale that honors the roots of the past as the very foundation upon which the institution stands firm and resolute. Amidst this narrative, the canvas stretches forward to encompass the horizon of the next 25 years. It is a canvas that beckons infinite possibilities, painting a future where the indomitable spirit of Kristu Jayanti College continues to radiate with an even more vibrant luminosity. The Carmelites of Mary Immaculate is an embodiment of the dream and vision of Saint Kuriakose Elias Chavra, a 19th century educationist and social reformer. Strengthened by a rich educational heritage, the CMI legacy and charism are the cornerstones upon which Kristu Jayanti College is built. The ingenuity of best practices and systems in education is ingrained in the very DNA of this institution. Reflecting on the chapters gone by, there exists a profound gratitude for the unwavering support that has sustained the institution for a quarter century. It is a gratitude that emanates from the core. With this sentiment of thankfulness, the future unfurls, illuminated by the anticipation of the continued presence of those who have believed in the mission of Kristu Jayanti College. At Kristu Jayanti College, the pursuit of academic excellence goes hand in hand with our commitment to global unity. We have embraced the world, transcending boundaries and enriching perspectives. Embracing our dedication to global partnership, we've woven a rich tapestry of cultures within our campus. Kristu Jayanti is an ever-evolving mosaic of talents and ideas, where students and faculty members from the college embark on transformative journeys to countries far and wide, sharing their unique experiences and aspirations with the world, while welcoming international peers to do the same on our campus. In the inspiring journey of Kristu Jayanti College, each milestone and achievement represents a testament to dedication, excellence, and unwavering commitment. It gained recognition as one of India's best colleges and consistently maintained its top 10 status in Bengaluru according to the India Today Nielsen survey since 2010.
I'm very much grateful to all the people, past and present, for the exponential growth of this institution. Over the years, we could nurture a culture, develop a system and process, create resources both human and physical, and could implement certain unique practices. Our focus is more on inclusivity, skill-oriented and outcome-based education. Our ambitious plan is to take the college to the status of university, and I'm very much confident together we can achieve this great target.
Together we step forward, bearing the torch of this timeless legacy. Empowering visions, enriching lives.
Kristu Jayanti College, and was glad to know that it is managed by CMI fathers, which is making a significant impact in the field of education in the nation.
In the hallowed halls of Kristu Jayanti College, a symphony of transformation unfolds, where the echoes of knowledge, skills, values and attitude resound as the very heartbeat of our educational edifice. Here, we do not merely impart education, we sculpt destinies, ignite aspirations and instill values that shape not just careers, but the very essence of humanity. With a student strength surpassing an astonishing 12,000, we have grown into a vibrant community where students from all the 29 states and union territories of a diverse nation come together to pursue knowledge, dreams, and ambitions. We are on a boundless journey with our expansive array of over 65 undergraduate and postgraduate programs designed to cater to a student community with passions and professional aspirations. Yet, our story continues. Recently, we achieved a remarkable NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 during the third cycle of accreditation. As we stand here today, we witness the present grandeur of this institution, a testimony of our collective vision, relentless dedication, and unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds. In the rich history of Kristu Jayanti College's journey, a narrative unfolds that gracefully embraces the passage of time. It is a tale that honors the roots of the past as the very foundation upon which the institution stands firm and resolute. Amidst this narrative, the canvas stretches forward to encompass the horizon of the next 25 years. It is a canvas that beckons infinite possibilities, painting a future where the indomitable spirit of Kristu Jayanti College continues to radiate with an even more vibrant luminosity. The Carmelites of Mary Immaculate is an embodiment of the dream and vision of Saint Kuryakos Elias Chavra, a 19th century educationist and social reformer. Strengthened by a rich educational heritage, the CMI legacy and charism are the cornerstones upon which Kristu Jayanti College is built. The ingenuity of best practices and systems in education is ingrained in the very DNA of this institution. Reflecting on the chapters gone by, there exists a profound gratitude for the unwavering support that has sustained the institution for a quarter century. It is a gratitude that emanates from the core. With this sentiment of thankfulness, the future unfurls, illuminated by the anticipation of the continued presence of those who have believed in the mission of Kristu Jayanti College. At Kristu Jayanti College, the pursuit of academic excellence goes hand in hand with our commitment to global unity. We have embraced the world, transcending boundaries and enriching perspectives. Embracing our dedication to global partnership, we've woven a rich tapestry of cultures within our campus. Kristu Jayanti is an ever-evolving mosaic of talents and ideas, where students and faculty members from the college embark on transformative journeys to countries far and wide, sharing their unique experiences and aspirations with the world, while welcoming international peers to do the same on our campus. In the inspiring journey of Kristu Jayanti College, each milestone and achievement represents a testament to dedication, excellence, and unwavering commitment. It gained recognition as one of India's best colleges and consistently maintained its top 10 status in Bengaluru according to the India Today Nielsen survey since 2010.
I'm very much grateful to all the people, past and present, for the exponential growth of this institution. Over the years, we could nurture a culture, develop a system and process, create resources both human and physical, and could implement certain unique practices. Our focus is more on inclusivity, skill-oriented, and outcome-based education. Our ambitious plan is to take the college to the status of university, and I'm very much confident together we can achieve this great target.
Together we step forward, bearing the torch of this timeless legacy. Empowering visions, enriching lives.
I was glad to know that it is managed by CMI fathers, which is making a significant impact in the field of education in the nation.
In the hallowed halls of Kristu Jayanti College, a symphony of transformation unfolds, where the echoes of knowledge, skills, values and attitude resound as the very heartbeat of our educational edifice. Here, we do not merely impart education, we sculpt destinies, ignite aspirations and instill values that shape not just careers, but the very essence of humanity. With a student strength surpassing an astonishing 12,000, we have grown into a vibrant community where students from all the 29 states and union territories of a diverse nation come together to pursue knowledge, dreams and ambitions. We are on a boundless journey with our expansive array of over 65 undergraduate and postgraduate programs designed to cater to a student community with passions and professional aspirations. Yet, our story continues. Recently, we achieved a remarkable NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 during the third cycle of accreditation. As we stand here today, we witness the present grandeur of this institution, a testimony of our collective vision, relentless dedication, and unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds. In the rich history of Kristu Jayanti College's journey, a narrative unfolds that gracefully embraces the passage of time. It is a tale that honors the roots of the past as the very foundation upon which the institution stands firm and resolute. Amidst this narrative, the canvas stretches forward to encompass the horizon of the next 25 years. It is a canvas that beckons infinite possibilities, painting a future where the indomitable spirit of Kristu Jayanti College continues to radiate with an even more vibrant luminosity. The Carmelites of Mary Immaculate is an embodiment of the dream and vision of Saint Kuriakose Elias Chavra, a 19th century educationist and social reformer. Strengthened by a rich educational heritage, the CMI legacy and charism are the cornerstones upon which Kristu Jayanti College is built. The ingenuity of best practices and systems in education is ingrained in the very DNA of this institution. Reflecting on the chapters gone by, there exists a profound gratitude for the unwavering support that has sustained the institution for a quarter century. It is a gratitude that emanates from the core. With this sentiment of thankfulness, the future unfurls, illuminated by the anticipation of the continued presence of those who have believed in the mission of Kristu Jayanti College. At Kristu Jayanti College, the pursuit of academic excellence goes hand in hand with our commitment to global unity. We have embraced the world, transcending boundaries and enriching perspectives. Embracing our dedication to global partnership, we've woven a rich tapestry of cultures within our campus. Kristu Jayanti is an ever-evolving mosaic of talents and ideas, where students and faculty members from the college embark on transformative journeys to countries far and wide, sharing their unique experiences and aspirations with the world, while welcoming international peers to do the same on our campus. In the inspiring journey of Kristu Jayanti College, each milestone and achievement represents a testament to dedication, excellence, and unwavering commitment. It gained recognition as one of India's best colleges and consistently maintained its top 10 status in Bengaluru, according to the India Today Nielsen survey since 2010.
I'm very much grateful to all the people, past and present, for the exponential growth of this institution. Over the years, we could nurture a culture, develop a system and process, create resources both human and physical, and could implement certain unique practices. Our focus is more on inclusivity, skill-oriented and outcome-based education. Our ambitious plan is to take the college to the status of university, and I'm very much confident together we can achieve this great target.
Together we step forward, bearing the torch of this timeless legacy. Empowering visions, enriching lives.
Hi there, are you looking for a space? free to discuss and debate, express your opinions and beliefs, and use them to refine your writing and all forms of expression.
Then the Department of English at Kristu Jayanti is the right place for you.
The department offers a challenging curriculum encompassing innovative teaching pedagogy and student-centric andragogy.
Our comprehensive curriculum includes the works from the world of classics literature, subaltern studies, film studies, gender studies, Indian writing, displacement narratives, and so on.
Our experienced faculty focuses on the holistic development of the students. They are not only experts in their domain, but are also great mentors and role models who inspire us to delve deeper into the text and context of literature.
The department organizes intra-fests like Oberio and monthly interactive activities such as Poets League, Readers Gallery, panel discussions, research colloquium, and so on.
With the sole aim to enlighten the students with new ideas and enhance their potential on a competitive platform.
To hone your creative and writing skills, to come out of your comfort zone and bring out the best in you. We have national and international conferences, regular lecture series, creative writing workshops, in-house publication chrysalis, and so on.
Our department also offers value-added courses like cultural studies and eco-criticism to increase our interdisciplinary awareness. You can gain great insights through flagship programs like Insight Tracks, Envision for your work opportunities, and Finistra to pursue your internship program.
You also get to experience extremely enjoyable activities such as experiential visits a summer afternoon with French art to step beyond the classroom and film fests.
The Department of English is the right place where you can fan the flame within you, carve out a niche, excel in life, and transform the world around you for a better tomorrow.
Hi there! Are you looking for a space free to discuss and debate, express your opinions and beliefs, and use them to refine your writing and all forms of expression?
Then the Department of English at Kristu Jayanti is the right place for you.
The department offers a challenging curriculum encompassing innovative teaching pedagogy and student-centric andragogy.
Our comprehensive curriculum includes the works from the world of classics literature, subaltern studies, film studies, gender studies, Indian writing, displacement narratives, and so on.
Our experienced faculty focuses on the holistic development of the students. They are not only experts in their domain, but are also great mentors and role models who inspire us to delve deeper into the text and context of literature.
The department organizes intra-fests like Oberio and monthly interactive activities such as Poets League, Readers Gallery, panel discussions, research colloquium, and so on.
With the sole aim to enlighten the students with new ideas and
Good afternoon, audience. Gentle reminder for all of you to kindly switch off your mobile phones and settle down. The dignitaries are on their way and the session will commence shortly. Audience, kindly rise as the dignitaries arrive. Audience, kindly rise as the dignitaries arrive. Please be seated. Audience, kindly rise as the dignitaries arrive. Please be seated. Pioneering spirit should continue, not to conquer the planet or space, but rather to improve the quality of life. Welcome back, dignitaries, delegates, and my fellow Jayantians to the two-day international conference on health and humanities, exploring uncharted terrains in literary paradigms, hosted by the Department of English, Kristu Jayanti College, Autonomous, Bengaluru. I take the privilege and honor to heartily welcome the panelists, delegates, and my fellow Jayantians on behalf of the Department of English to the first post-lunch session, a panel discussion on ethical dimensions of humanistic narration in healthcare experiences. Today, we have with us a seasoned panel, a syndicate of erudite trailblazers from academia, medical profession, and industry who, amidst their momentum-filled schedules, have chosen to be with us. We are grateful for all your time. We are honored to have with us Dr. Dominic Benjamin, Head Geriatrics, Bangalore Baptist Hospital, a teacher and published researcher with experience in India and UK. He brings a wealth of expertise to the field of geriatrics. He has held and won prestigious awards. To name a few, the Vayushestra Saman National Award in the year 2018, conferred by the Vice President of India. These accolades stand as a testament to his exceptional work and tireless efforts. Dr. Benjamin's presence today is an honor. On behalf of the department, we extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Dominic Benjamin. I humbly request Father Jason Matthew, Head Department of English, to hand over a sapling as a note of welcome. We owe a gracious welcome to Revered Father Dr. Sebastian Paipalli, CMI, Director of the Institute of the Oriental Canon Law, Dharmaram Vidyakshetram, Bengaluru. Revered Father was awarded with Doctorate in Canon Law from St. Paul's University, Ottawa, Canada. His field of research is marriage law. He disseminates his erudition as one of the judges at the Epiarchal Tribunal of Mandya. He has ably served as judge of the Archdiocesan Tribunal of Bengaluru. Father also is a visiting faculty at various theology colleges. We are honored with Father's presence. The department humbly welcomes Dr. Sebastian Paipalli. Extending our warm welcome, I request Dr. Lila Thomas, Program Coordinator PG, to hand over a sapling. Our next panelist is Anjana Nair, nutrition and wellness industry consultant and author. A titan in the nutrition and wellness industry for 39 years, Ms. Anjana Nair transcends her role as a registered dietitian. A strategic advisor, author, and non-executive director, she champions wellness throughout diverse roles as a consultant and preserving cultural heritage. She has worked with Apollo Hospitals, MRO Space Foundation, and Kellogg's Company. We are truly honored to have Ms. Anjana with us, and her significant milestones are a masterclass in versatility and noteworthy of our appreciation and admiration. The Department of English is overjoyed to have Ms. Anjana Nair. A cheerful welcome to you, ma'am, and I request Professor Darren Rose, Program Coordinator UG, to please hand over the sapling. We are delighted to have Professor Vikrant Babu, Program Coordinator PG, Department of Psychology, Kristu Jayanti College. He is a passionate clinical psychologist with over 10 years of experience in practice, teaching, and research. Having previously served in reputed institutions, Sir's expertise lies in child and adolescent clinical psychology, emotional regulation, cognitive neuroscience, and neuroimagery. He has extensive experience in assessment, psychotherapy, career counseling. Sir, we are thoroughly pleased to have you with us today. A friendly welcome from the English department, Vikrant sir, with a sapling given by Dr. Mary Reimer. The moderator at the helm of today's panel discussion is Dr. L. Santosh Kumar, a distinguished faculty member of the Department of English and a member of the organizing committee of the two-day international conference. Sir is a prolific scholar and researcher, recognized with 3 honorary doctorates from esteemed universities. He has actively disseminated his knowledge, presenting and publishing in global and national level. Distinguished in academics, he has earned accolades and is actively contributing as an editorial board member and delivering talks worldwide. On behalf of all of us, a very warm welcome to Dr. Santosh Kumar, and I request Sir to please take over the proceedings. Over to you, Sir.
afternoon to everyone present here. Good afternoon to all the panelists, respected partners. Good morning. Good afternoon, doctor. Good afternoon, father. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. And let us begin this panel discussion. And I just want to take a lead on health humanities in general, and the reason why we people from the literary domain we are talking about it. And in the contemporary times, we define literature as culture-specific production. And gone are those days where people said that literature is a reflection of life or mirror of life. And most importantly, we also talk about the emergence of cultural studies. The term cultural studies or culture studies is said to be a broad and a comprehensive term which includes literature, anthropology, economics, politics, social sciences, and so on. And the beauty is that after the advent of culture studies, a gap between anthropologists and the humanistic scholars have been bridged. So thus begins the interdisciplinary approach to knowledge. And literature and literary texts have gained the status of autotelic. The moment when we talk about autotelic, by default, the element of interdisciplinarity comes into existence. And we people from literature domain, we can talk about any sort of issues pertaining to humanities. And health humanities might be a budding phenomenon for the people from Indian academia, but it is almost an emerging and renowned term in the Western discourses. And we, the scholars of humanities, when we talk about health humanities, we explore, or relearn, or retrace the histories, the oral traditions, and most importantly, the humanistic care which we people are supposed to do. So this will be the crux of our panel discussion. And now I request Dr. Dominic to start.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Santosh and my co-panelist, David, and also everyone on staff and good afternoon. And thanks to English department for inviting me. At the outset, I just want to say this: medicine is not only science; it's also a story. The story is told from various perspectives. The story is told through the form of history taking. The story is told by the patient. The story is told by the primary care physician. The story. And we also know when they come to the doctor, they are vulnerable, they are apprehensive, and they are anxious. And many times we think that their medical illness is not part of the story. It is very much part of the story. And in fact, it will change the trajectory of their life. So I put it like this: narrative medicine or health humanities, every individual has a dignity. And whenever he's going through the billows of despair and anxiety, his story is the boat that he goes on to navigate through the system. And he wants to be recognized, he wants to not lose the identity that he's a person. And I always say this to all my friends and colleagues and doctors: we treat human beings, you need to be human to a start. Being human is very different from being. So that's where it all starts. But in this busy city and busy practice, TIME is equal to MONEY, whether you like it or not in many places. But it is so important that you understand the narratives, the stories, the metaphors, the richness of stories that are bring. And sometimes it's just a one word that summarizes. An intellectual gentleman who comes and tells a story, I feel that I have a brain fog. He's going through a cognitive step. And that speaks a lot about what he's going through. So I think it is so very important and good that we are raising this issue. It is very much important. And I look forward to having this discussion. Is it specific that you want to address?
Father, as a priest, my question is as a moderator is that how does religion affect coping? How does religion affect coping?
hoping the health, hoping the diseases.
In all forms, in all forms.
Well, often people wonder what has it to do with the spirituality with the health. So I too wonder, because when you're speaking about this, I just would like to bring to light something that happened just a couple of weeks back. The Pro-Vice Chancellor of Christ deemed to be University, Father Viju, his father, beloved father, expired just a couple of weeks back. I was there with him. He was suffering from cancer, and he knew that his pageant of life is close. He was having excruciating pain of having the bone cancer. And the doctors said nothing more, just the palliative care. He was taken back home. And then this priest, Father Viju, was there. I went with him. A couple of days he spent with his dad. And what a priest could do then was to celebrate the divine liturgy. We say Holy Mass, because his dad could never make it again to go to a church to attend a Mass. Now, seeing the pain that he is undergoing, his Father Viju has asked his dad, how do you feel? Are you really feeling pain? And he said, no, I'm happy. Who else around is privileged like me to have such Holy Eucharist celebrated in my home, beside my bed, by my own son, and receive the Holy Eucharist? So he had a very, very pleasant and peaceful pass from this world to the eternal world. What made him so serene to accept the last moments of his life was the very spirituality. Spirituality is not just for the physical healing. We have the physical or biological dimension of a human, as doctor was making the difference between being human and just a human. Every human need not be a human. Now, there is another dimension, spiritual dimension, which helps the person to accept the reality of his life and take the suffering in a perspective of passing from this world to another. I perhaps stop here because I don't want to go elaborating. So you understand what is the role of spirituality in the process of healing, an integral dimension of healing of a human person. So I open for the audience if you have any question later on, perhaps, right? Yes.
Any further? Ma'am, what is your take on health humanities in general?
Health humanities is very, very interesting, and when it is applied to nutrition and dietetics, it becomes very relevant. Because in nutrition, unlike medical fraternity and allied healthcare services, the journey of the patient, or let's say the individual, along with the nutritionist, is a very long process. It's not just about a few weeks. Sometimes it's minimal, at least 3 months or so. Unless the nutritionist has that ability to communicate through various forms, and it's been shown by experience that people respond better when you communicate in different forms of art. There could be just games, exercises in multiple ways. So that makes a very big impact. And I do believe it's a very important field that is required today. And in fact, that we were talking just before this with the rest of the panelists, I believe it should be a part of most curriculum, especially for the healthcare services. Definitely.
So we can talk about the correlation between psychology, health humanities, and literature. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone present here, my dear panelists. So, when I was approached about this particular topic of health humanities, I was still wondering about what it was. That's where my exploration started going into. So, yesterday I had a discussion with the moderator. So, I had a personal talk with him, trying to get more picture and clarity into this dimension, which started kind of giving me a lot of revelations on how or what would be the role of a psychologist there. Because today, before coming for the session, some of the discussions and narrations that we were hearing was sounding so relevant to the field of psychology. So just before coming here to the session, I was taking a class on a specific skill for the students, which we call as reflection of meaning. So where we try to encourage our clients to look back into what life holds for them, what meaning does it serve, that drives how they go forward. So that exploration of the meaning, which was initially discussed by authors like Dr. Frankl, who started discussing about this in a very in-depth manner. I think the notion of health humanities is directly related to this, because everyone takes information in different ways, and that is directly related to the meaning that they hold towards their life and themselves. So I think that is where, as a psychologist, we need to start stepping into the ways and how we can go forward is by implementing certain aspects of psychology domain into the field of health humanities to take it to the next level. Thank you, sir. Doctor, in literature, we follow a particular therapy called Dr. Murray Bowen's mechanism. And he is basically a psychiatrist come doctor. And he became popular after the Second World War. And we all know the element of fragmentation came into existence after the devastation which happened owing to the Second World War. And at that time, he coined this particular term, a Murray technique, Murray-Bowen mechanism. And we literary scholars, we used to experiment this particular theory or this mechanism in the writings like Jodi Picoult, the writers who sprung from USA, Jodi Picoult. And even though we don't classify them as a main literary brand writers, but nowadays even the pulp fiction writers, they are being brought into the mainstream literature. When we look at writers like Jodi Picoult, or even the writers or the speeches of famous celebrities, we could find the element of Bowen mechanism. And Bowen mechanism is all about the study of family systems. And it also talks about the family therapy. And Murray Bowen, he always emphasized on the fact that it's only through family therapy the authenticity or the narrative healthcare came into existence. That is his belief. What is your take on this, doctor? And you also have any other similar experiences with working to narrative healthcare?
Thank you. In India, we get married to families, not individuals. And when somebody said this to me when I'm getting married, I never understood this. It's all about families, good, bad, or ugly. That's how it is. It is so very relevant to what you pointed out to me. Health is physical, mental, social, cultural, environmental, nutritional, and transcendent well-being. So you have 7 dimensions to come together in harmony. How do you define harmony? What I think, what I say, what I feel should be congruous. The most easiest thing for me to deal is the medical issues. Also, they have a lot of comorbidities. Most of my patients have 3-4 medical conditions. But what is the most challenging for me is psychological, social, environment where we live. Family matters everything. For me, I can say anything to the diabetic patient, to the gentleman. He can follow that only if his wife helps him. So normally I tell the family to come. That's the way it works. Because you get a lot of story from them. You get to know the background of who he was, what he was. It's a true story. It changed me. I was asked to see a patient in a care home in Cardiff, that's in UK. And this man was a bag of bones lying in the bed. And they said, could you just give me 2 minutes, I need to clean him. So I came on, there was a memory box. And this man was a fighter pilot. He was a Spitfire pilot. So when Churchill gave the call, we'll fight on the trenches, and fight on the beaches, fight on the sea and things. He was one of the men. It changed. So one of the things I tell about my colleagues and everything is to get to know who you are, because the way you start talking to them is very different. And family is everything. We talked about spirituality. There's something called gerotranscendence. That's a new part of medicine that we have. Spirituality is everything, and meaning is everything. I have a lot of my patients who have everything to live with, but nothing to live for. It's the most horrible place to be in. But I have so many happy patients who have nothing to live with, but everything to live for, and they're so excited. So I think family helps you. And can I say this to you? I think we are going through a transition in this part of the world. I lived in the UK for 12 years. The studies have shown that when patients go into a care home, they fall like a pack of cards. And unfortunately, fortunately, I'm not making any moral judgment about people sending them to a care home. But I know very well, once a patient goes to a care home, he falls like a pack of cards. You cannot give the warmth of the family. Nobody can do that. But I understand the challenges. And I know the family comes together, much easier for me to handle this patient. If a carer brings, he doesn't even know what's happening. And many times, the family is an eye-opener. When dad is going through a dementia called frontal dementia, that's why his behavior has changed. He's getting angry because of the disease process. The whole way they look at it is different. And they start rallying around him to help him. People Frankel, amazing story. The gentleman who lived in the Auschwitz camp, and all he had is the dream that he's going to get better. And he had a friend who thought on that day it will end. And it didn't end on that day. He lost hope. And then he died. So if you don't have a hope with a big hedge, and if you don't go home with a big hedge, then he's not going to make it. You can get all the treatment. But if the family is there, if they are building him up, it's fine. So it makes all the difference. So I think family is an integral part, and family means a lot for all those patients. And I tell this to people here, you want to make your parents happy, sit with them for 10-15 minutes, switch off your nuisance object, listen to them, they will moan, okay? If I would tell my mom, your sambar is the best, she will be singing about it throughout the day, which is true for me. And they feel so much, the 2 words every human being needs, to be valued and be valuable. And they feel so much good. It is so important that we spend some time and talk to them. So family is everything here. And family is what builds people. And family is what, when they break down, when you lose spouse or loved one, they go down very badly, and that's where the family comes. Family is the most important part.
How one can be spiritually healthy, Father?
Okay, great. How can you be spiritually healthy? Now, we have a wonderful story in the Bible where someone wants to enter the kingdom of heaven. So we are all looking for heaven, right? The life hereafter that makes us move. Now, when someone dies and reaches, you got to die anyway to reach heaven, right? The categories of life. When this person reached at the gate of the heaven, what's written in the Bible, I'm just taking it out, just a kind of story, right? Now, the question asked is not how long did you spend your time in meditation, how many times did you recite your rosaries and other prayers? I'm really talking from a Catholic perspective, that's why it's rosaries, perhaps you're spending years, to pray. Or how many masses you attended, how many churches you visited. It's nothing. But what Jesus tells is, if you got to be spiritually healthy, you'll be a better human. How? You being a better human, understand the human feelings of the other, and you got to react to it very creatively and positively. This time for the Christmas, I had the message. This is a feast or the celebration of a tangible God. Tangible God, God who incarnated as a human being. So therefore, he understands the realities of humans. When you cry out to this God, God, I'm hungry, he understands what does it mean by hunger. When I'm thirsty, he understands what does it mean by thirsty. When you say that, oh, I'm grieving because someone very close to me, very dear to me passed away, this God understands what does it mean. Because this God really was a human. So as Doctor said, just because you are a human being, you need not be a human unless you become sensitive to the needs of the other and creatively responding to that. And all our spiritual exercises are to help us to have or create this sensitivity. And Jesus, the God whom I believe, is the one who was sensitive to the needs of the people, not just becoming sensitive and reacting to it creatively and positively. When you do that, it is in continuation with what Doctor has been talking about, Dominic has been talking about. Being better human, you become spiritually healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryant. Now, question to you is that we all talk about the food practices, what we follow now. Do you think all those food practices, what we follow now, is good for our health? And we know the exact answer what it is. But then, can you just talk about the healthy practices pertaining to food and food industry, which is pertaining to health humanities in the contemporary times?
So when we talk about food, you just have to repeat it again, please. There were too many things together.
The food practices
Yes.
and food industry.
So when we talk about the food practices, I personally believe that whatever we had as regional food habits, our cultures are imbibed and intertwined with our food habits. So each of them for each region really made a difference. What is happening now with the food industry is that while you have industry that makes life convenient for you, makes things better for you, but what it does, it communicates sometimes misinformation, and also sometimes it just does not help you. If we look at food habits and we try to make sure that you get your nutrition, whenever you take a packaged food and you get a packaged food, you're not going to get it. So there has to be that balance of narratives that you can make sure that communication and ethical wellness choices are made or given from the industry side. In terms of people, you have to get aware. Unfortunately, I'm saying this for the younger generation, that there is so much of information out there, and you don't know whether the information is actually right or wrong. Thanks to Google, there are many Google doctors, and we see that all the time. That they come and ask you, like, I saw this diet, and believe me, their narratives of whoever's put that out there is amazing. And some of them really are not, don't have that balance, that ethics of putting the right information here appropriately. So getting that message out there is important. And making our food choices have to be selected based on what is appropriate for us. And I am saying this as an Indian Dietetic Association member. My request to everybody here is seek healthcare professionals from the right sources. In India today, there are many people who are celebrity nutritionists, have become a nutritionist because they have practiced it for some time. I'm not sure how, and may not have the relevant qualifications to do it. So seek help from the right people to get the right information. When you look at health and humanities, the people who know this to do the right way, when I say the right way, I just mean that they have got the relevant experiences to do it. They will communicate in a manner that nutrition and dietetics and humanities, dietary medicine go hand in hand. Because no dietitian can recommend a diet unless she understands what the patient has been taking for the last 24 hours. It's all about taking that culture, imbibing their economic status, their social, their personal beliefs, religious beliefs, everything. So I hope that answers the question. I do believe that they are the ones who do it right will do it.
So, what is your take on narratology with cognitive text? So again, I would like to take psychological dimension to this. This was one of the immediate topics that comes into my mind as soon as I just read through the topic that is given on ethical dimensions of humanistic narrations. So that the immediate thing that struck me was with regards to the portrayal of what is mental health and what is mental illnesses in the current literature or the movies, medias, how it has been portrayed. I think that is one dimension that can give a lot of information to the people. As I was telling in the beginning, how it adds on a lot of cultural relevance to the topics that is being discussed. So I think some of the beautiful narrations that are there, books that are talking about what is mental illness, what is mental health from the right dimension. So it talks about how or what are the experiences people go through, so how they can get cared for, and how they have been not only how it affects them, as your so was also answering about the impact on the family, because it's two-way communication. So it's not just that the family impacts the individual, but the individual also has an impact onto the family. And those narrations are very beautifully portrayed in many of the literatures that are currently available. So especially from an Indian dimension, that is one area that I was trying to read and explore more about, because we need to have the right communication. Because many times when we talk about certain mental illnesses, the portrayal that is shown out in the mass media not necessarily turns out to be the right one. So it can create a lot of stigma amongst people. So it becomes, we need to be more responsible of putting out the correct information onto the people there, because that is creating, as far as I'm concerned right now, mental health is a highly stigmatized topic. Yeah. So many of them are ready to come out and discuss about their physical problems, but no one is going to come out and talk about their mental health problems in the same level. They would refrain themselves, they'll pull themselves back, they'll be like, no,
This is not a topic that I think I should discuss. Even sometimes we do not discuss it with our own parents, with the family members, thinking that this stigma that is associated. I think the narratives that are there, the stories that are being told are very, very important. So there are a lot of efforts taken towards that. Still, I feel that there are a lot of wrong narratives that are shown in terms of how a therapist works. So there are quite a lot of examples of movies and other things that I can think of where it kind of shows a very wrong dimension about what actually a therapist gets involved into, how they try to work onto the mental health aspect. Because we are so much focused onto the mental illness. So when we talk about the psychological dimension, the first thing that everyone thinks about is about the mental illness. Very rarely narratives are on the mental health space. That is also another thing that we need to focus more on too, because more and more efforts have to be put in on how one can be mentally healthy. So that is also another dimension that we slowly have to start figuring out. So I can think of some of the narrations from the literature. So there is a very good Indian author called as Jerry Pinto. So I have a couple of books that he has written. One of his books is more a combination of fiction and his real life experience about the narrations of his family members, his mother and father, and the bipolar disorder is being portrayed, and the impact that it had on the father and the son and the daughter. So how the entire family gets affected. What are the things that they had to do? How they went ahead. So again, he has made an attempt to write about different disorders, different like starting from psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, delusional disorders, or autism spectrum disorders, neurodevelopmental disorders in general, and how the impact that it creates. So I think literature has given the people an understanding, a good understanding. At the same time, there are the medical aspects as well, where we have to be very cautious, where we need to scrutinize it properly. We need to take it from a dimension where it is important for us to know what is right, what is wrong, and I think it also holds on to the person who is bringing out those narratives. As Ma'am was also telling about, it becomes ethically more important for us to bring up the right narrations. That is the most important aspect, because it can give a lot of wrong.
The biggest challenge that we will face as doctors and as society is going to be mental health. It's going to be huge, most significant thing. But there are a lot of wrong perceptions about mental health. Obviously, I'll tell you, please seek out the right people. But one thing I noticed is the Gen Z and millennials are much more open to meet therapists and things like that. Now, there's a strong perception that loneliness is a problem with older people. Okay. Now, BBC did a study on Valentine's Day before COVID, and they studied 152 countries, and they checked about loneliness. And they found loneliness is more common among younger people compared to older people. Okay. Now, this is something shocking. Now, if at all you want to avoid one illness, a malady, that's loneliness. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a cancer problem. There is no other malady like loneliness. You know, loneliness is so bad, you can have 2 scotch every day, eat KFC every day, be a couch potato, not do anything. You're much better off than that's what people don't understand. I give a TED talk on loneliness. Loneliness is a cancer of the mind. The most horrible condition you can ever go through. My youngest patient is 11 years old, my oldest is 7 years old. Sorry, I think that's how in India works. People come to love. I had this mother who came and told me this. She was shocked to see her son is lonely because he's so popular on Instagram. He's so popular on things. But COVID made him feel that he's not valued and valued. See, I've seen the Telegram and the Instagram, and there's a lot of difference. And it is so very important that we as younger people and as a community, we're very mindful about loneliness can affect each one of us. With regard to spirituality, Father, you said it on the dot. One of the questions that I ask every of my patients is, how are you with your maker? Are you a happy soul? I ask these general questions, are you a happy soul? And you know very well, when somebody is sort of right with the maker, any storms, they weather it out and they feel good about it. And it's so very important that we know that. As Socrates said, unexamined life is just not worth living. Dominic is the same yesterday, he has no business to get up this morning and live a life today. But what I encourage a lot of my patients is to do reflective, but not to traumatize them. Reflect and to learn. Yeah. And nutrition, you can ask the question, how come diabetes is going up? How come diabetes is going up? My grandparents used to eat rice, morning dosa, afternoon rice, night pongal, all rice in different forms. How come? Because they used to eat on time and we eat all the time. And we eat because we are stressed, we eat because, and we are binge eaters. Okay? And obesity is going to be our biggest challenge that we face. Obesity, diabetes, all non-communicable disease as a consequence of what we are doing. Sorry.
Thank you, Doctor. And to add with Professor Vikrant, so we agree that even we literary scholars now, we are in the process of traversing the unheard histories and truths. And the moment when we dwell into it, we often make a statement to ourselves by saying that how authentic is authenticity. So we are undergoing that particular phase. And we also talk about so many phases and so many histories which were unheard to us owing to the political structures of our structures. So we agree with you, sir, but yet then literature, it not only gives a very positive impact, of course it gives a negative impact, not to a great extent, but to a certain extent, even in those texts, the authenticity and the historicity, everything is being questioned to a great extent. So, and on the whole, I just want to make a statement on behalf of all the panelists by saying that health humanities came into existence in India after the emergence of pandemic. Okay, when the pandemic was uninformed, see, certain things in life will be uninformed to us, and we can't question anything about it. And pandemic discourse or pandemic literature came into existence in India, and most importantly, people, they refer to this particular incident in history called Black Death. And if you ask any literature person, literary professor, to quote any example from pandemic literature, they will be quoting the reference from Black Death. Whereas if you ask people from the medical domain to talk to them about any text pertaining to humanities, by default they'll be talking about the text of William Shakespeare. And the text of William Shakespeare has got so many. And to put it in the words of Lord Macaulay, who has said that I need a class of Indians who are English in blood, taste and color. And he also said that I need people of India to read William Shakespeare for their moral refinement and to learn English for their financial upliftment. So all these things were intertwined and interconnected to us. And most importantly, we should not see health humanities as a domain. It is a part and parcel of our life. And to put it in the words of Peter Barry, politics is pervasive, truth is meaningless, and knowledge is contingent. And we always should think that health is not something which is associated with us. Health is the part and parcel of our life. And as doctor said, when our routine habits is completely fine, we need not bother about any negative impact which is dominating us. And as also Father said, if you want to be spiritually healthy, the first and foremost thing is that we should surrender ourselves to God, and most importantly, all these things will come in our life when we have a balanced diet. Balanced diet, it's not pertaining from the nutrition style, it's about our lifestyle. Health humanities in general, it talks about a healthy lifestyle, which was a blessing in the past, and now it is becoming an ignorant phenomenon, and which is a sad stage. That's it. And on the whole, on behalf of all the panelists, I just want to conclude by saying that let us all strive for an healthy ambience. The healthier we are, by default, the more blessed will be the upcoming generations. Thank you. And now the floor is open for Q&A. If you have any doubts, you can ask anyone of us.
Good afternoon to everyone. This question is for anyone of you to answer. So we are living in an age of AI. So AI is also there in healthcare. So what about ethics and humanistic perspective when AI comes into healthcare?
Can I just say one thing? So AI in healthcare, yes, it's coming up, and actually WHO has just published a paper on the ethics and guidelines for technology in healthcare. I think as caregivers, God will add more, but everybody as caregivers and healthcare professionals, we must be aware. It's a really vast topic because if you don't watch it, it can overtake and it may not be the best.
I think it's a double-edged sword. AI is good if you want to do a more specialized surgery, neurosurgery. If you want to crack a complex problem for a patient. But what is worrying to me is in many of the Western world, especially in the UK, which is the welfare state, the decision is made about whether this person can go to level 2 care or level 3 care. And it's all made a judgment about the quality of life and things. But what is coming is, I think AI is going to make the decision whether this gentleman or lady is good enough or will she benefit from a level 2 care or level 3 care. Because in India, I mean, you pay money, you get it. But the welfare state in a country where government decides. So that's going to be very challenging in terms of morality as to who makes the decision and whether AI will. But I know as a human being, when I see a patient, an individual, I see a person there, but I think AI will go through the algorithms and look at the numbers and comorbidities and look at various things. But quality of life is a very challenging subject. What is quality of life for me is different from a quality of life for a 70-year-old grandfather. I want to run and jog every day, but a 70-year-old gentleman wants to sit with them and teach his grandchild, that's good for me, quality of life. So it depends on person to person. So yeah, AI is coming and we can't deny that, but it's going to be useful in medicine in terms of complex diagnosis, in terms of coming down to managing patients with complex comorbidities and complex variables that you want to compare with. But yeah, it's also going to come in a place where ethics will be a challenge, and death and dying is one place where I'm not sure the AI is a good place for that area.
As I understand, the AI works on a platform which is pre-planned or pre-prepared. Well, for me, maybe I'm subject to correction anyway. AI in itself, objectively, I don't think that is something negative. But the one who creates the platform of AI and the one who uses the AI could err. Now, for example, now what I say is that I am teaching there, I ask the students to come up with an assignment. Of course, you go to ChatGPT, just feed in little information, and then you get a narration of it. And there were a group of professors who say that never ChatGPT. But I say you get the assistance of ChatGPT, provided you take the matter and then match it with its authenticity, confirm the authenticity, and then you personalize before you present it. Because certain things that you get from ChatGPT AI may not be something that is there in your mind. So for me, depending ChatGPT, just I am taking one example. ChatGPT is as if you are reading a new book or you are consulting an expert. Once you consult an expert, read a new book, then you take and check the authenticity of it, personalize it, then present it, it becomes yours. So this is what I say about it. It's not the AI the problem, but the one who creates the platform and the one who uses the platform got to be morally upright, ethically correct. Therefore, AI in itself is not a problem. If you ask, the social media, is it a problem? Social media in itself is not a problem. Social media, the one who makes use of social media, there is use and abuse. The use of social media is not a problem. But when you turn out to be abusing the social media, it becomes the problem. Don't blame the social media, blame the person who makes use of it. So again, I come to the spirituality. What makes you? If you want to use it, you've got to be better human. Nuclear power, it can just eliminate the entire world, but at the same time, it can illuminate the entire world. Depends on whose hand it is, in whose hand it is. So I say AI is not something wrong in itself. Thank you.
Can I just add, like Reverend just said, that yes, AI has great value from the nutrition and diet perspective. I mean, it will be amazing because you'll have data that you would have otherwise not been able to explore or retrieve and requirement, because it makes the world flat. So it's again, like it rightly said, Father, it's about making sure that how it is utilized and in what levels that it's utilized. Doc, you are also right.
So I think it's not about just AI, it's about machine learning.
Yeah.
Let me give you a simple, clear example for you. A 70-year-old gentleman has got 3 comorbid illness. He's not able to walk. Bad prognosis. Okay? But if he has got a zest to live, if he's got willpower, that gentleman will do well. But AI, what it will do? It will do algorithm.
Yes.
All Bangaloreans have
Agree.
3 comorbid illnesses.
Agree.
They will not do well.
Absolutely.
No prognosis.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to tell you is, there are certain things you know the person.
Yeah.
You know, I think machine learning is coming with AI.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah.
And AI will form algorithms.
Yeah.
And it'll start thinking on its own.
Absolutely.
So that is what we are worried about.
That's right. Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
Yeah, it's got a good place. As I told you, in neurosurgery, specialized surgeries, you want them because you can't. No human hand can be so precise without a vibration. And these things are good. In a complex algorithm, if I want to say in Bangaloreans, in this sort of cancer, what is a good prognostication? You put a lot of data, it can churn up a lot of data.
Absolutely.
Sort of thing.
True.
But at the end of the day, it is a physician who knows you, who knows what a person is. And when these doctors, by the way, if you want to meet God, please come to hospital, because you have so many doctors who say in 3 months, you will be 3 days. It's absolutely rubbish. It's absolutely rubbish. You know what? Patient with terminal illness, zest for life, they will break all records. Patient who's got a moderate survival, okay, no zest for life. Thank you very much. So it all depends on person to person, the inner strength, the family, the warmth, do they feel valued or valuable, and no chat GPT can assess that. But yes, we need chat GPT to sort of assimilate a huge chunk of data which we want. So yeah, it is good and bad, but as long as we use it in the right way, as Father put it so eloquently, that it will be used. But I'm worried about not only ChatGPT, the machine learning that's coming into it, and where it will form its own algorithms that the creator of the ChatGPT did not intend to use it. That is where most of the big boys, Stephen Hawking, Microsoft founder, Bill Gates, they are all concerned about it, and it's founded. It's not unfounded.
Good afternoon, sir. From morning we have been talking about how the doctors has to listen to the patient stories and how much it can help effective healthcare. But there is also other side to it. The patient can trick the doctor, the patient story can influence the doctor to come out of his way to help them. So what is the clear-cut boundary, or how distinct and clear the boundary between a doctor and a patient and a therapist and a patient, so that both of them get benefit out of it? Because a patient can trick the doctor into giving him drugs, painkillers, and can we befriend? Can we make friends out of our doctors and therapists? Is it good or not?
Yeah, it's a good question. Where do you draw the line? And once you see, I mean, we are learned as professionals where to draw the boundary. I need to be empathetic but not cold. I need to be empathetic, but I should not get too involved. I should not get traumatized. And we learn. But honest to you, it's very hard. When I lose some of my patients who are known for a long time, it hurts me. I do grieve. But did I cross the line? I don't know. But when a human being is crying, do I say this is where I stop? No. So I think you need to be, it's a fine line that you have to tread on many times. And many times patients come at the most vulnerable time. And they tell you things that even there's sometimes even the spouse won't even know. And they trust you so much. So I think it is so important that we honor the trust, we go with them, we show the emotion, we listen to them, but always keep the head above the heart, but at the same time, show the warmth, the love, the empathy that they need. It's a very challenging thing, especially in a specialty of mine where I see a lot of death and dying. You know what is the most painful thing? Is existential pain. Not your bone pain, your nerve pain, existential pain, existential dread, existential anxiety. Why am I leaving, doctor? There's so many patients come up. Why don't you give me something to kill? I don't want to live. Frustration. But that's when you need to really treat them as humans, look at where they're coming from, why they're saying what they're saying, walk the journey with them. And you know what? Doctors are hubristic people, arrogant people. They're not humble. The very fact that I stand at the end of the bed, I'm standing tall over him. You need to sit next to him, hold his hand, and say, what can I do for you? It must be horrible what you're going through. So you do a lot of things that we learn in psychology, rationalization, reflection, so the whole lot of things. It is hard, it's not easy. I think Maria knows so many times. There's so many days I go so downcast because I know my patient is doing well. But I know I got to cross the line. But I'm human. And you do get carried away. And there's no fine line. But if you're going to draw a fine line saying that this is all over, well, I'm not sure whether you're going to be a warm doctor.
Just to add to, maybe I'll bring one incident into perspective for your question, because you may be wondering, I am intruding into the medical field because I just worked at least couple of years at St. John's. Perhaps doctor was there at the time in the early 90s. There was a system. It's all experience what makes them. There are people, psychic, somatic, psychosomatic, as well as people come with the mimicking. So from a very conservative family, young women who are married used to come to the doctors, and most often the husbands of these women are abroad. So the husband's family members never let the women go out from the conservative family. So only way they can get out of the family is to say that they are sick and to go to meet the doctor. And I have seen when I work with those people, I'm not a medical expert, but then I had to be as part of our community. Now what happened is this, the senior doctor asked the junior doctors to do the preliminary examinations, things like that. And then they have a communication code, which they used to say, I don't know if you remember, M syndrome. I don't elaborate what it is, I don't want. Anyway, so immediately the senior doctor understands what is the problem. So they say that, what they want is some medication prescribed, so some tablets, vitamin tablets. Also, they always request for the second visit. So they are prescribed the second visit also. They are happy, they go away with their heart and they get to see. So this is the experience that to make them. They never, they are not taught that in the medical field that about it. It's all experience. Thank you.
I just want to add something here. Do not miss a word, a phrase your colleague uses, or your friend uses, or a person comes to the clinic. My dad told me 3 months before he's going, son, I'm going home. Very clear. He is going home. He's preparing to go home. It's a profound statement of winding down the business on this earth and meeting his maker. I had another patient who told me, doctor, my big doctor told I'm coming for birthday next year. You may say, oh, we laugh at it. But no, it is a profound spiritual experience this person had, and she died before her next birthday. So it's so very important that we, simple words. Somebody says I have a brain fog, and one thing I always tell which I learned, when a human being walks through my door, whatever may be the problem, you don't take it lightly. You give time. If you don't understand, do not put the diagnosis. I had one patient, somebody said that you have a memory issue. He's an intellectual man. He thought his brain has become omelette. And he started giving up on life. Just for one word the doctor uttered or a therapist uttered. So we got to be extremely mindful. And they take it and they magnify it. And jolly good, you go to Google and Wikipedia, you put potassium of 4.9, you'll say death, cardiac arrest. You check it out if you want to. There's nothing. It's just that you had too many bananas that day. So you know what I mean to say? So it is so very important that we do not. It is a profound privilege, but yes, a profound, profound responsibility. Every night I go to bed and say, God, did I get it right? So it is that amount of onus that I carry as a doctor. And it's such a privilege to see people through the journey of life. That's amazing.
Just wanted to add that when a doctor is speaking, like Doc has said, you don't take patients lightly. Anybody who walks through the door, the same way from the nutrition diet perspective, once you start talking to them, you will get to know in a little while. It's a little bit of a trial and error maybe, but within the first few weeks itself, you get to know if they are not telling you everything right, because the blood parameters will show you. So there are cases that will tell you, and often it is underreported in terms of food, so may not be medications, but yes. So that's how we do.
I just want to, I think we have had a very good answer, because from the therapist perspective, as you had rightly questioned on the ethical aspects of boundary, because boundary is something that has been emphasized on right from the beginning of the psychology training and goes on for a long time, but still it is something very difficult to maintain. Somewhere or the other, as Sir was also very rightly telling, we feel a pain when someone whom we have been seeing for such a long time is not there. So we wouldn't know whether we had crossed the boundary there, but somewhere that's what makes us human. That's that involvement, because that amount of involvement is required if I want to help that particular individual. Because just drawing a boundary and being unempathetic or not ready to listen could cause a lot of other problems. I think that was one. And another important point that we also have to look into this dimension is that when we are talking about how people can try to give a wrong narrative about themselves, just there are concepts of secondary gains and other things in psychology that we talk about, but here there is something that they had, like Father was telling, that someone had to listen to them. They want someone to listen to their side of the story. Probably that is also another thing. So giving them time, as Doctor was saying, giving them time, listening to them, trying to postpone the diagnosis as much as possible. Try to look at him as a person who has come out there with a problem, listening, active listening, and deep understanding of what might be the issue could help them. Not necessarily we need to give a treatment, a therapy, or a medicine. Sometimes just listening to them is more than enough, because that is what they're aiming and coming there for. Thank you.
I'm not a panelist, but I'm very, very excited about that question, and I want to respond to that. May I? Okay, so your question about what will you do if it's a patient who cheats? In the first instance, I would trust them because of the counter stories that I've heard of women, for example, being denied medication because their pain wasn't given the same importance that somebody else would have. Or say ageism, this is sexism, but then ageism where older people were not expected to have a quality of life, so they were not given what they needed for. So in the first instance, I would trust the patient. And there would be giveaways, with years of practice, you learn when somebody is faking something. And there we have little tests, that we put into place to detect if somebody is malingering. And then maybe if he repeats it, or then I would not trust him. Others, I would prefer that he get the medicine rather than be denied something that he really needs. Thank you. It was a very good question.
Doctor, it's just to ask you. Yeah. Do you think this is more of an individual patient and doctor story, and each case is absolutely different, and it's a learning and every time?
Each person is an absolute amazing creation of God. And when you go through the life, you see a wonderful tapestry of the life. Now, yes, we are clever and we've been taught when to draw the line. Of course, we don't jump in to draw the line and jump in to cross boundaries and things like that. But let me say this to you, man. You will not reveal the most intricate details of your life about your spirituality when you don't trust me. I have people from a religious thing questioning the existence of everything. And these are profound. These are earth-shattering for them. It is identity-defining for them. To reach that stage, it's a relationship that we build over a period of years. And also, we know very well what is unhealthy. Okay? So we won't encourage anybody's unhealthy. But even if somebody comes to me malingering, I'll find out why this person is malingering. How can I help him? See, I have only one contact with this human being. My point is that what can I do? Everything possible to help this human being, either myself or signpost to somebody else. So I deal with people who have a lifelong life skills, life stories to deal with, and they feel the life has shortchanged them, they had a sharp end of the stick, life blindsided them, whatever it is. You need to listen. And listening is the most important skill that I'm learning as I mature in my thing. Because as William Master said, listen to the patient, he's going to give you the diagnosis. Just listen. But I think it is individual, patient to patient, how we draw the line, and it's also cultural. We've got to be very sensitive about the culture. And also, you've got to be very careful in this part of the world, you can't talk about the dead and the dying. So, what I would tell you guys is this: if you go to a funeral service, you can't ask your dad and mom, if this happens to you, what do you want me to do? So, you're not double guessing. Because in this part of the world, anybody who comes to the ER gets into ICU. ICU is cold, both physically and metaphorically. And you shove the tubes in all possible orifices. Okay? And so nobody knows what was the person's fate. So we can't talk about death and dying in this part of the world. Whereas in the UK, we talk about what we want to see next Christmas. I know somebody is not going to be there for next Christmas. I'll ask them, what is their bucket list? How can I help you get to the bucket list? I have one patient whose desire was just to go to Paris and come back. So we got a better just to go to Paris. 3 days she spent there, came back, she went to Bengaluru, and she died in 2 weeks' time. That's all she wanted. But we have to talk about it. And the children are not willing to talk. They get so scared to talk about the parents who have died. But that is the only thing that has left out of the world. And it's not the death that people are scared about, it's the dying. And it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to the family. And it's very, very, very challenging. Yes. I have a lady who used to stand up with Jayanti. One passing blood she goes up, she goes anxious. See the contrast. Can you imagine she's standing up with Jayanti? And she's so weak now. And that's what situation makes you. That's what humbles each one of us to say, I can't be like that tomorrow. I can't be that predicament tomorrow. So I think it's a relationship that I built with the parent, patients. But yes, it hurts me when they die because we invested so much of my life. I invested so much in knowing them, knowing the family, their beliefs, their systems. So it's a long journey that you go through. Of course, all this thing hurts me. But I know that we did everything possible. We added life to their days, added days to their life. Yeah, I think it's a fine line. It is very big challenge. If my patients call me for a meal at home, do I go? No, I don't go. But I tell them, look, it's very tolerant. If I go beyond that, it becomes social. So those sort of boundaries you need to draw the line. And I will never see a young girl without a sharp top. These are simple, good practices that you bring into. And always encourage them to bring their family. So you know the family is also getting involved. They know who you are. So if you do those things, you're much more safer. But yes, you've got to be very careful.
Hello, Dominic sir. My name is Rahima. I would like to share one of my observations and I would like to know your take on that. Sir, you were terming loneliness as the cancer of mind. Actually, there is a general tendency to metaphorize cancer in medical and non-medical conditions. So, my question is, we are actually giving importance to mental health. At the same time, we are actually adding to the stigma related to cancer. Cancer is always considered as a mysterious illness. So actually, we are giving a more horrible or more dangerous image to the experience of cancer by metaphorizing it. Being a scholar in health humanities, I would like to know your take on it as a doctor. Thank you, sir.
Is cancer a big C? Cancer is not a big C if you diagnose it early. A lot of cancers are curable. Even advanced stage like sclerosis cancer was curable, obstetrical. So, but does cancer scare people? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because it tells you about your frailty, it tells you about your mortality, and it scares anybody. So it's not, but it's very important that we get a message across that we should improve health awareness, cancer awareness. But if you get a cancer, is all everything over? It's all doom and gloom? No, there is a treatment for that. But with regard to loneliness, I use the word cancer of the mind because you study, you see all the literature coming out about loneliness. It is the most horrible thing that a human being can ever go through. They could have killed Nelson Mandela with like Khashoggi putting in the acid, they could have chopped him into pieces, they could have buried him alive, they could have hanged him, but they put him into solitary confinement. And a lot of people are in a voluntary solitary confinement. Entity. And that is they feel wanted, they feel unwanted, unloved, uncared. And that's not a very pleasant place to be in. And a lot of my patients, as I told you, they have everything to live with, nothing to live for. Loneliness goes with anxiety, the three musketeers, anxiety, depression, and loneliness go together. And once you get into this place, you start questioning meaning and purpose in life. If you come to my clinic, I put it as hope is the most important thing. If they don't have hope, jolly good, why should I get up in the morning? And if there's no meaning and purpose. As I told you, it's existential. Pain is the most horrible pain. Why am I living? What's my purpose of getting up, doctor? Why are you treating my diabetes? What's the point of me getting my HbA1c better? What am I living for? So it is that which is the most hard thing to deal with. And that's where spirituality comes. And if you see the Maslow's pyramid, and a lot of the patients don't go to the top bit of the pyramid called self-actualization. That's when they go to transcendence. Okay? But a lot of the patients are still bottom line. They're still fighting for making a point, to making sure that their voice is heard. So I think that's where it is. A lot of people are missing it. But loneliness is a huge and a humongous problem. And that's not spoken about in this part of the world. If a lot of children used to come and tell me, my parents are being lonely, they say, watch TV. Take on your thing. Only when they went through COVID, they knew what loneliness was. Loneliness affected older younger people, big time. Okay. So I think it is so very important that we have a correct perspective of loneliness, of cancer. Cancer is still a killer if you come late. And this part of the world, more than 90% of the patients come when they are advanced stage, unlike the West where they come much earlier. So it is treatable. Okay? I see people who are crorepathies becoming crorepathies because they didn't come on time and spend all the money on it. So I think it's so very important that we get the right narrative. I'm not scaring you, but it is important that we talk about it and tell the story.
Thank you, Doctor. I thank all the panelists for this wonderful session. And the audience, your panelists will be available to ask questions after that. Thank you so much for being on the passive listeners. Thanks for listening.
On behalf of the Department of English, Kristu Jayanti College, it is my privilege and honor to propose a heartfelt vote of thanks for this enriching panel discussion of our international conference. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed speaker, Dr. Dominic Benjamin, for sharing his expertise and experiences about narrative medicine with us today. I request Dr. Mary Reimer to present a memento. Thank you, sir. We extend our sincere gratitude to Father Dr. Sebastian Payapilli, CMI, for inspiring us with his thought-provoking words on spirituality and health. I request Dr. Banashri to present a memento to Father. Thank you, Father. We are sincerely grateful to Ms. Anjana Nair for reiterating the value of food practices. I request Dr. Ruth to present a memento to ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We deeply appreciate Professor Vigrant Bapu for his valuable insights on psychology and health. I request Dr. Raj Lakshmi to present the memento to sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you all for the enthralling and enriching discussion today. Our warmest thanks to Father Joshi Matthew, Head of the Department of English, Dr. Loyola Thomas, the PG Coordinator, and Professor Jaren Jose, the UG Coordinator, for their support in organizing this event. I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Santosh Kumar for moderating the session. And lastly, And lastly, I warmly thank all the participants present here for your active participation and enthusiasm. I request the dignitaries to please join the audience for a group photo. Please join us back for the last plenary session.
Dear students, we have last one more session in 10 minutes. It can be either seated, and those who want to use washroom, you can just go and come back in 10 minutes. And it will be from 3:45 to 4:30. And make sure that you give the attendance before you leave by 4:30 to the teachers. Yeah, participants and teachers can go to the next floor where you went for tea earlier. Tea is provided.
Please pay attention. One key was found. Please report to us. If you've lost a key, please report to us.
இங்கயா பக்கத்துல பக்கத்துல சார் கம்ப்யூட்டர் Raj, explain. What happened? Ma'am, who is in charge now for this session? Faculty, yeah. I want to know whether he needs
Students, we are starting the session shortly, so it would be great if you could move to the front seats, please. Please move to the front seats. Students, kindly settle down fast. Good afternoon, everyone. Students, please settle down. We are beginning the session shortly. Kindly be settled and please stay silent. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to the third plenary session on day one of our international conference titled Health and Humanities Exploring Uncharted Terrains in Literary Paradigms. It is my distinct pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to this thought-provoking and enlightening talk on the subject, Breaking Patterns, Creating Change, Exploring the Notion of a Good Doctor. In the fast-paced and ever-evolving landscape of healthcare, the concept of good doctor holds profound significance. To enlighten us more on this topic, we have an experienced and conversant resource person with us today, Mr. Ravi Ramaswamy. Mr. Ravi Ramaswamy is a trustee and a full-time TO facilitator with CCDC since 2011 and has been leading Theatre of the Oppressed workshops with diverse communities across India, using Theatre of the Oppressed to encourage medical faculty and students to reflect on the need for humanizing healthcare. Sir has initiated numerous pioneering activities in the field. Through his TU practice, Sir continues his work with communities to co-create and design dialogic, democratic, and participatory learning experiences and pedagogies. I now invite Dr. Raj Lakshmi to welcome Mr. Ravi Ramaswamy with a sapling. Without much ado, we are starting the session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. It's been a very warm introduction that you've given me, and I was hoping that I would not talk too much, because I know that you've been listening to a lot of talking that's been happening the whole day. So I thought I might just do something for us to just get up from our seats, because that's exactly what Theatre of the Oppressed is about. Theatre of the Oppressed is really not about giving a lecture on what Theatre of the Oppressed is about, because it's very boring to listen to me talk about Theatre of the Oppressed. Because it's really very hard jargon to listen to. And literature students understand jargon, right? So do psychology students. So I'm just not going to get into the speaking about it, but I want to really ask, can we have, let's say, can we have 4 volunteers come up, not come up here, but here, right here. Can we have 4 volunteers, please? Quick. But if you want to leave at 4:30, you need to at least volunteer now. So I know it's not volunteer, that's it, it's like forced getting you to get up, but yeah. What to do? Still a conference. 4 people. Ideally, yeah. Oh, this guy. 4 people. Right, okay. 4 is still a 4, by the way. Yeah, okay, we have 4. Okay, great. Can the two of you occupy this side of the space? Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do very quickly is this. So this is how we're going to actually talk about what Theatre of Opera is about, right? So what I'm going to ask the 4 of you to do is face each other, right? And I'm going to ask you to really put both your hands on the other person's shoulder, right? Can you put both your hands on their shoulder? Put both your hands, yeah. Both, even you? Okay. So now what's going to happen is this. It's a very simple thing. What's going to happen is that both of you, in your pairs, are going to push each other. Okay? You will push each other, but the objective is that nobody wins and nobody loses. So you get the framework that I'm talking about. You push, but you need to push. You push so that nobody wins and nobody loses. But you need to push. So let's see how that's going to work. Right? Now, when you do the pushing, one is feel free to move in this space. So do move as you're pushing. Right? Because if you don't move, then we'll figure out what's going to happen in the discussion about theatre to oppressed. Right? So that's what we're going to look at. Move, but push. Really push. Right? But remember the framework that we're talking about. Nobody wins and nobody loses. Right? If you're ready, focus on your partner and push. If you want to learn your footwear, please learn your footwear, by the way. I didn't say that, I thought it was pretty obvious, but sometimes, yeah. Okay. People are in heels, fabulous. I hope you enjoy pushing. Yeah. Please push, please push. And for us, let's just watch how the pushing is happening, because the question is after this pushing, right? Push, push. This is fabulous. Just really push. Come on. Push, push, push. Push. Yeah, exactly. Fine. Great. Give us footwear. Enjoy. Yeah. Push, push, push. So that nobody loses. Push. Yeah, exactly. This is your chance. Push. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Pause, 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 pause. Oh, you already paused. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Let me just ask both of you just a few questions. Yeah. Good. I know it takes effort when you start pushing. First thing is this. When the other person was pushing with the shoulder, did you feel any sense of sensation or something on your shoulder for the other person? Did you feel, for example, when you were pushing her, did you feel anything on your shoulder? Did you feel anything? The pressure is on the shoulder. Okay. So, for example, when you felt her pressure, what did you do? Correct. Correct. You went back. And after that, what happened? Okay, then you pushed. So you did take a step back and then you push back, right? Right? So ideas there's a push that's coming from one person. You're taking, which is what the idea of movement is, right? You need to move. Because if you're stuck, something else happens, but you move back in a way because the pressure was too much on your shoulder, which is on you, and then you came back because you wanted to also push, right? Which is the idea also about this, the sense of finding the other person's strength. Right? When you feel the pressure, you feel the other person's strength. Okay, this is the strength that I am countering now. So now what am I going to give back? The idea of a relationship is, which sometimes in a conflict situation is, this is what happens in a conflict situation is. Can you hold this? Can I just volunteer? I'm just showing you what happens in a conflict situation, right? What happens in a conflict situation is this. One person dominates the other, right? So in this case, it is me. I'll push because I want my side to be heard, come what may. I don't want to listen to you because I don't think you have anything to contribute in this relationship. You have nothing to contribute. because what I say works. So relationship is of a conflict situation is of a hierarchical relationship. Could be any relationship, hierarchy exists. So the idea of the pushing was what? When I gave the frame of nobody wins and nobody loses, what does that mean in our real life context that we live in, right? The idea of finding a pressure is about listening to the other person. Okay, this is what you're giving me. Okay, now take this. So for the other person, oh, okay, now this is your strength. Now I'm going to give it back to you. So what are we doing in this relationship between the people? We're really trying to have a dialogue. This is a dialogue of pushing, in this case, obviously. There are no words here, but there's a dialogue of pushing. Pushing to find the other person's strength. And dialogue can only happen between equals. If like between the two of us, there is no dialogue happening because I'm just pushing you away from this space. So there's no sense of dialogue happening because there is obviously hierarchy that functions. In a dialogic situation, what we're trying to say is even if I may be, let's say, physically more powerful than you, can I still not push you away, but push you so that you can come back? Listen. Because in most situations of hierarchy situations, the person in power holds so much authority that I don't want to give my power away by listening to what you might want to contribute in a discussion or in a space. Because giving power away is very problematic for a lot of people. Because for whatever reason, however the power might have come to you, for whatever reason, or however it might have come to you, once I have power, it's like, I'm going to hold on to this power. Come what may. Tell me whatever you want, but I will not let go. For a lot of, in a lot of situations, relationships, conflicts arise like that. So in Theatre of the Oppressed, what we're trying to do is this, something like this. The idea of push. Push, not to just throw them off, push so that, okay, come back. Because both of them are people in this relationship. And people have multiple identities that they work with, not just one. But power is very common in all of these identities. Power or the lack of power sometimes. That's the commonality of any identity that all of us right now have in this space. As students, as faculty, as people from a particular religion, as people from a particular caste, as people who dress a certain way, as people who eat a certain way, as having power or sometimes a lack of. So the idea of this thing is, can I be aware of what power I have, what strength I have? Can I be aware of what strength I have or what strength I bring in this relationship? Are we aware of it ourselves? So the primary goal of Theatre of the Oppressed is us, not to change society. Though, if you look at the journey of Theatre of the Oppressed, it moves from the individual to the larger social, the idea of transformation. But transformation of social transformation cannot happen if transformation does not happen inward or inside of individuals. Irrespective of who might, like for example, the idea of oppressor and oppressed, right? These, the dichotomy of that. Certain relationships, some people are the oppressed, certain relationships, some people are the oppressor. Even these terms itself, right? If we are stuck to these terms of, I'm an oppressor in this oppressive situation of hierarchy, and I will stay with that relationship, that I will stay with that power, then no change can happen. If I am not able to reflect, we talked about reflection in the previous session. If I am not able to critically reflect on my position in society, right? What is my social location? Where do I come from? And if I come from a certain social location, what's the power of that location that I bring myself? The privilege of it that I bring myself. The idea of being aware of all of those things is very critical as human beings. We spoke about it earlier about being human. Being human is about being aware of who you are. And that we carry a lot of power and privilege. And that carrying power and privilege itself is not wrong. But being aware that we carry it, and then what do we do with that awareness is how we end up being very critically aware individuals in society. Right?
So part of the idea of or the foundational idea of theatre of the oppressed is dialogue. And dialogue can only happen, one, between equals. And equals in what sense, right? For example, can a dialogue happen between a teacher and a student? And what is dialogue there? Dialogue is where listening happens, really listening happens of the other, and respect of the other as to where they come from. So respecting listening is key components of the idea of dialogue. So in that sense, if that is the components of dialogue, can it happen between two, let's say, people who are of different age groups, like a student and a teacher, or like parents and children, or like between spouses? So that's the idea of dialogue that we're trying to explore in theatre of the oppressed, right? Between two people or two communities in that sense, anybody, right? So how do we explore dialogue? In theatre of the oppressed, this is one of the games that we play. This game is called the pushing game, right? Like I said, push, so that nobody wins and nobody loses. Because we are used to pushing people away or being pushed away. Oh, that we know. So then why play the same game again, right? We all know what it means to be pushed away, or to push. So that's not, that I'm not interested in. But the idea that I'm interested in is, how do we maintain a dialogue between two people who are very different? They don't need to agree with each other at all. But how can we disagree with a lot of respect, right? And these are fundamentals to the idea of understanding theatre of the oppressed. And we talk about it as one of the agreements is called agree to disagree with respect. It's very, very difficult to do, by the way. It's easy to say it in a workshop, and it's easy to, let's say, implement it in a workshop, but once you move out of the workshop space, you're confronted with something very difficult to work with, where the agree to disagree sometimes takes, not possible to do sometimes. But then the thing is, that's our challenge, right? How do we agree with, how do we work in a relationship with people? How do we work in society where we're confronted with a lot of contradictory views? A lot. Not just in medical humanities, but actually in actually all your disciplines that we anyway function in. There are a lot of confrontational views, controversial views, difference of opinion. How do we then work with people, right? So the idea is to listen and to respect. Basic foundational human qualities, by the way, which is what theatre of the oppressed actually focuses on. Basic human relationships and how that functions. So in a larger medical space, when you're talking about the good doctor, and I'm not getting into medical too much right now, because I'm looking at that, the way the workshops that we do, we work with a lot of communities, not just the medical fraternity, by the way. We also work with students, teachers themselves, because a lot of the work that needs to be done between relationships is for ourselves, right? So even, for example, even for the doctors to have a space where doctors, in that sense, can do things freely, play games freely, without feeling that, oh, what am I doing right here? And one of the feedbacks that we have got from, especially from doctors, is that, which I think even all of you might relate to, is that, oh, I've not played like this since I was a child. Which is one of the things which is the sad things about growing up, by the way, that you forget to play, right? We forget to play. We forget what joy play brings, of actually moving, and not just moving because I just told you to move. Children, for example, are the best proponents of what play means, right? Children, you ask them to play, they'll run like it's nobody's business, right? What happens as we grow up? Our bodies tend to become very stiff. A lot of causative factors why our bodies become stiff. Because we end up sitting in benches. Not very nice plushy benches, but some benches are not very nice anyway. So we end up sitting in benches for a lot of time through our academic courses. Right from school, postgrad, if people are lucky to get into postgrad. But if you look at the duration of benches and what benches have done for students and for teachers, it's very scary to look at what that relationship is become between teachers and students. So how do we then reframe that relationship? That's the goal of Theatre to the Press. How do you reframe a relationship that is where both the parties, the students and the teacher, are both affected by a larger system that is governing both their actions. So it's not about blaming the teacher because the student is wrong, or blaming the student because of somebody else is wrong. That's easy to do. Blame game always is happening anyway. So forget the blame game. It's about the causes of that behavior that we need to look at, right? Which is what also was spoken about in the previous session. The idea is that how do we understand the causes, which is the why of the problem, the why of the conflict. And that's what we try to do through Theatre to the Oppressed. And Theatre to the Oppressed consists of a lot of games and exercises, right? And one of the things that we say in the games is that the games are fun, and fun is serious work. Fun is not time pass, right? There are a lot of these workshops have time pass games, right? We all know what that means. Which means that serious work will happen after the games. No, the serious work is the games in Theatre to the Oppressed. Because we saw how much we could just get out of this simple pushing game. A lot of these games that we end up doing is that the games have so much more than just the fun element. But the fun is important because only through fun can you, let's say, re-energize yourself a little bit. Your body starts moving. And the idea of Theatre to the Oppressed is focused on the body first. When the body moves, the body relaxes. Very simple. When the body relaxes, and the more time you work on the body, the mind tends to also be open to receive ideas that may be very different from yours. And how do you receive it? Open. The idea of receiving it openly only when your body allows it. Because the language of the body is something that, one, we all have it, but in our day-to-day affairs or in whatever we do, we use less of the body, a lot of the intellect, which is the words. So in Theatre to the Oppressed, we're trying to reframe that relationship. Work with the body first. The words coming much later in the workshop. So if you're doing like a one-day workshop, the words will come in, let's say, the last half an hour of the workshop. And what I mean by words is not just random talking. It really is focused on the experience of the body. So that's the idea of the Theatre to the Oppressed workshop. Before I go on, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So Theatre to the Oppressed largely looks at the idea of humanizing the relationship, which is what we've been talking about, the idea of the humanities, right? Or health humanities, which you call it any kind of work, but its idea is about humanizing relationships, which also is about humanizing professions, which are very steeped in wanting to have hierarchy. Any profession that functions on hierarchy is it's challenging to look at the idea of humanizing relationships. It's challenging, but it's not that it cannot be done. So what's important in the idea of humanizing a relationship is that how do we not look at the other as the problem every time? Sometimes the other is the problem, we get it. And we have enough experience to know that the other sometimes contributes a problem in a relationship. But the fact is, how is that relationship going to transform? Is it, for example, let's say I have a problem with my friend. Now if the friend tomorrow just disappears, is the problem gone? No, the problem still is there. My friend is gone, that's all it is. So it's not about the person who's doing it, it's about the underlying factors of the person who's doing it. That needs to be hit. That needs to be acknowledged. That needs to be fought against. To understand that. And then to modify that. So that the relationship is very, for the lack of a better word, affirming. Right? Or friendly. So how do we get to that? And that's hard work. And that no course can teach you, by the way. No course can teach you how to fabulously have very nice relationships. Can't. So the work needs to be done by us, by people who are in the workshop, which is what the workshop does. The workshop puts you in the space, and through games and exercises, we look at the idea of how do we acknowledge stuff that's happening in us and not directly jump into solutions. but acknowledge what's happening. Acknowledge that we are part of the larger work of the issues that are happening. We are part of that. We are part of what's happening. Acknowledging that. And how do we acknowledge it in the workshop? Through the games and exercises, which is acknowledging feelings, right? Acknowledge the feelings. And in the workshop, we also have creative ways of expressing those feelings. One was through this game that we just did. And so once we express the feelings that we have inside us in a space that allows us to do it, which is very important, to kind of create that space, which is what the Theatre of the Oppressed workshop does. It creates a comfortable space for us to do things that we are not used to in our lives. Right? You play games a certain way, you run around, you jump, you scream. We do all of these in the workshops, by the way. A lot of screaming happens. And in educational institutions, when you start screaming, well, we all know what happens, right? Or at least the stereotype notion is, oh, something bad must be happening. Or like, how can you scream in a workshop? But workshop, the idea of be human, or the idea of humanizing, is to be able to express as freely as we can, right? So how do we express as freely as we can in the workshop? We have these games to do to kind of help the feelings come out, right? And a huge part of the framework of Theatre of the Oppressed is to look at creating possibilities for change and not just look at the problem alone. How do we look at possibilities for change? And who looks at possibilities of change, right? Who? That's where I want to come to this, the large frame of the relationship, is that in a Theatre of the Oppressed workshop, the workshop moves a certain way from the beginning of the workshop to the end of the workshop. The movement or the journey from the beginning to the end is not determined by the facilitator, but is determined by all of us together, which is actually a reframing of the relationship between a teacher-student or a facilitator and a group, right? A facilitator in a Theatre of the Oppressed session cannot take the workshop anywhere, by the way, by themselves. Cannot do it by themselves at all. It doesn't work that way. It needs to work together. So I'm not really talking about the idea of the good doctor very, very directly. And the thing is, I don't want to talk about the good doctor very directly. Because then it's like giving you giving you a sermon on how to talk about the good doctor or how to be a good doctor. That's not my job. Our job is to think, right? Is to kind of get the connections for ourselves of how Theatre of the Oppressed workshops, the idea of dialogue, the idea of looking at the other, the idea of creating spaces where we can be ourselves. What does that mean to us as people? And then, if I want to connect it to the idea of the good doctor, how do I connect it? In the sense of what does a doctor mean? We spoke about all of that, all the idea of medical has been spoken about earlier in the previous sessions. So I'm not getting into that directly. But I'm talking about a very foundational, fundamental idea of being human, which is to be able to express. And how do we express? Because we need spaces where we can express openly. Not just students, but everybody needs to be able to express without being judged. And when we have spaces that are shrinking in larger society, where places to express is getting shrunk and judgment is increasing, we need to create more spaces where we can really express what we want to express and not be judged. So in a workshop, we're looking at using the body as a framework to express, right? So that's what we do in Theatre of the Oppressed. So I'm going to stop at that right now. I'm going to kind of open it out for doubts, confusions, not interested because it's 4:20 and I have to leave at 4:30, or why are you doing this? I'm open to questions like that so that I can then go deeper into the idea of what Theatre of the Oppressed is about, right? If you all have questions. Yep.
Good afternoon, sir. So you said that if you were able to allow people to express themselves, so how would you create an environment where people are free to express themselves, plus how would you allow people to express themselves, plus there's a structure of a human being an introvert and an extrovert or an ambivert. So how would you get that out from a person to express and truly bring out what he or she is?
In the Theatre of the Oppressed framework. That's what I do. The work that I do is Theatre of the Oppressed. So in that framework, how do I create a space where I can express? The first thing that we do in a workshop is set the agreements for all of us to abide by. And when I say all of us, I mean all of us. Actually, I mean all of us, which is the facilitator and the larger group. And so I'll just kind of very briefly tell you what the agreements are. The agreements are confidentiality. You all know what that is, I won't explain it. Second is agree to disagree. Third is listen to understand, which means in the process of listening to understand, there will be silences. So let us really acknowledge and celebrate silences in the space. You have the right to pass. We all know right to pass, right? Because I think we've all been school students also, right? School students don't have the right to pass, right? We all know what that means. So you have a right to pass in a workshop of the exercise, which means if you don't want to do a game, then don't do it. So when you create that atmosphere, when you create a space, a very physical space where you're talking about agreements, and where you first abide by it as a facilitator, for example, the idea of confidentiality, the idea of creating a space where people can actually express and you don't judge as a facilitator yourself. You create that by role modeling. So if you create it, then the participants see. Because a lot of the participants that I end up working with, groups that I end up working with, have no clue what theatre of is about. Right? Do any of you have a sense of what theatre of is about before this session happened? So when you're coming into a new space, we have a lot of hesitancy. There might be curiousness. There might be, I don't want to be in this space. So there are all those feelings that people come in. So how do you create a space where all these feelings are acknowledged and need not be spoken, but are acknowledged and respected and are there in that space? So those are the agreements, is how we start the workshop. So we create that space. And what is the second part of the question? I'm sorry. Yeah, that's actually a great example. So how do you deal with introverts and extroverts, right? The best thing about this is it's called breaking patterns, creating change. That's my workshop. So each one of us has an invitation in the workshop to break certain patterns that we're all used to. And for some people, it is this. Like, for example, I used to be one is, okay, I'll tell you my own example. I've never acted on stage. Never. In all my life. And I still do theatre. I'm scared of the stage. I can't act, let's say, in a regular proscenium theatre space. If you give me that, if there's a director telling me what to say, my mind freezes and I'm stopped, right? Which is why I never acted on stage. I never acted on stage. But now I do a lot of acting myself. Now I do. But it's also about creating those spaces where part of the idea is about the creation of a space which is comfortable for me to express the way I want to express and when I want to express. And also, what is the idea of expression, right? Why is the idea of expression only words? In theatre of the idea of expression is the body. So, and the body has a way of not cut pasting expressions like words do. Right? Because words I can be very articulate, I can tell you exactly what you want to hear. I'll tell you that. So if given a chart, I will not tell you what I want to actually tell you. Words can do that. Along with, words can also create a lot of hierarchical privilege between people. For For example, you use the word introvert and extrovert, right? We know how society looks at introverts and extroverts, right? So how do we break those patterns? It's about a workshop space where we can be in any way possible, be multiple ways of ourselves and not just one way of ourselves. So that's the idea of how the workshop happens. I know that I'm only talking about the workshop, but I'm not doing the workshop for you. So you won't experience how it works. But I'm just talking from an experience that this is how we create, that there's no one way of being. So in a lot of the work that we end up doing, when we work with our bodies, a lot of the so-called introverted individuals who are not, let's say, articulate with words, you see something fabulous happen when it comes to showing, representing to the world. So it's about having multiple spaces where people can come in at multiple points and be who they are, and then the workshop process happens. So that's how we create these spaces in Theory of Rest, and it's created by everyone, which is why you have the agreement of right to pass, which is extremely important.
And this question, who asked the question? Introvert, extrovert? Yeah, so I want to say that a point comes because there's a lot of trust building and they begin to feel safe. And a point comes when the introvert wants to tell their story and they realize that if they don't tell their story, nobody is going to know. And nobody is going to care because everyone else's stories are all over the place. So I've seen that happen where, and like he said, they use their body, but they also begin to use their words. So it's fabulous. You have to experience it too.
Good afternoon, sir. So, just when you have made you have selected people among us and made that kind of illustration or whatever, that performance to understand the oppressions in relationships. Maybe due to the fact that I'm a research scholar in health humanities and working on these perspectives, Foucauldian perspectives of medical gaze as well, I was immediately dragged into a doctor-patient relationship as well, maybe on this context of health and humanities. I'm just curious to know whether that was your intention as well. And I just want you to just elaborate, just for the audience as well, this idea of medical gaze and this hierarchical setup between doctor-patient relationship as well, if that was your intention for the audience as well. Yeah, was there any such kind of intention you had?
The intention is always there. I mean, one is I'm forced by the agenda, right? It's a health humanities conference, so even if I don't say it, it's already there. So it's intended. So it goes without saying. Which is why I sometimes say less, because it's already there for us to say. Also, besides that, the thing is any relationship, right? You see a lot of connections in behavior that is not just about the patient doctor or a particular profession. Which is why I didn't want to directly talk about the doctor, and directly go into good doctor and what that means. Because if you look at patterns govern everybody, irrespective of who you are, any profession, or even if you're not in a profession. It governs all of us. It influences our behavior. So, was my intention to also bring it there? But is that my only intention? No. Because my intention, if you look at it, is to look at relationship and look at how can we not be only focused on that profession and look at everything in that profession alone. Can we really take that a moment apart and look at multiple perspectives? Because being human is about looking at multiple perspectives, and humans are not roles that we end up playing. Right? A doctor is a human first, and then becomes a doctor later, right? So we all know that. So the idea is about the human in the doctor. So before the profession comes in, what's the person? Profession adds to the person. The profession is not the whole of the person. But when the profession sometimes becomes a whole of the person, what happens sometimes in certain relationships? So how do we deconstruct the entire idea of the human that we spoke about earlier. What does human actually mean? Right? And in Create to Oppress, the very fundamental aspect is about one is having a sense, okay, there's something that somebody is doing to me. I'm feeling that. Okay, now what do you do after that? And you have many options, right? Like I showed, like when I did it with my fabulous volunteers, and I did it with you, I pushed you. It's what also is the reality of our existence, by the way. Even in the profession, even in medical profession, that is the reality of many people's existence, along with dialogue. Dialogue also happens, because we also heard experiences in the previous panel session. For experiences where listening does happen. And that is the idea of a form of David Oppress, where multiple perspectives need to come out. Whatever perspective that they may be. Is there a space for that to come out and not be judged and say, no, that is not the right one, this is the right one. But the perspective came out, right? How we hold it, acknowledge it, and then take it and move forward. So that was my idea of actually doing it. Also because for the time, I went directly into doing something. Actually, I had a nice start, this in my head, but after I went for a drop. That is my other idea. It's a nice call for me to shut up. I know that it's 4:35 also, so thank you so much for your acknowledgement of 4:35.
That was indeed an engaging session. Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Ben J. Minden to deliver the vote of thanks.
I'd like to begin with a quote that sums up this event for me by Jayanti. What I hear, I forget. What I see, I remember. And what I do, I practice. To present the moment for distinguished dignitary. And sincerest thanks to Father Joshi Matthew at the Department of English for its constant encouragement. Thanks is due to both its party coordinators, Dr. Lara Thomas and Professor Jerin Jules, PG and UG coordinators respectively, for their constant support and guidance. A note of gratitude to the organizing committee for working tirelessly for the success of this event. To end, my heartfelt thanks to all the wonderful participants and my dear colleagues for your active participation. To end, I now request everyone to stand in their respective places for a group photo. Kindly come close to the center. And as well to join us below. Take away from the event, please don't push anyone.
participants, we have a screening of our street play happening in the Chandra Square. So the volunteers will be taking you there.